Welcome one and all right back to the NACL 2025 Spring Promotion Tournament presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Hawk, and we have an elimination day on the line with one best of 5 separating a continuation versus heartbreak here. Hawk, I'm so excited.
Oh, yes, sir. You know, yesterday was all a celebration, right? We got to put a team back into the NACL. Congratulations again to CCG. But today, it's time to get down and dirty. A best of 5 that determines whether or not your season can continue in one final matchup tomorrow, or if it ends here and you have to come back in 2025 hungry once again.
And I know this one's going to feel a little rough for you as well. A little bit of a team kill going on here for T3 teams, as we do have Lotus taking on Polestar. But it is also a situation where you got to rise up to the occasion. A lot of the track record for both these teams showing some rocky bits, but trying to take some of the momentum from their last series into this one. Hawk, do you have any real big thoughts about how Tier 3 has represented so far in the tournament?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. You know, Tier 3, they've let me down a little bit. You know, got really excited. Ducky Getters, Dragoons, Goons. They took CCG and AoE to 5 games. Okay, they both fell. No big deal. But then, oh my gosh, they lost. And now, you know, obviously NACL, they've already gotten a team back in. I'm hoping that Lotus or Pulse, whoever wins here today, is able to challenge AoE for that next spot, because I need my Tier 3 boys to step it up. It would be a really big surprise if this is the first promotion tournament in which 2 NACL teams defend their spot.
That'd be crazy. We're going to take a look down the bracket that we have had. Now, we are into the best of 5 zone here in the full Fearless setup, but we have had a very long track record of best of 3s so far in the bracket itself, after just getting our first best of 5 yesterday, not going the distance and only being a 3-0.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing one. I think it's fair to say AoE, they got some early leads, weren't able to close it out. In CCG, I mean, I think much deserved, being that first team to qualify back into the NACL. Expectations for me are that this series might be a little bit closer. Lotus against Pulse. This is, despite being a Tier 3 team kill, Mazel, a familiar matchup. They have played against each other multiple times throughout this split. Lotus has gotten the better of Pulse in the best of series, but Pulse have been the victors in the Swiss stages of Tier 3. So a little bit of back and forth and history there. I'm expecting fisticuffs between the 2 squads.
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit more of an introspective look at that matchup we have coming up. It is Lotus versus Polestar, and maybe some of those machinations that you were talking with me beforehand in terms of what we want to see from the strength of these teams. Lotus coming in as definitely the favorites in this one, at least in the eyes of a majority, and trying to find a way to upset that, trying to utilize this fearless system to find an advantage. I think all eyes on Polestar at this point.
Yeah, and Pulse has been such an interesting team to follow already, because if I'm being honest, for those that were following Tier 3, I think it's a little bit of a surprise that they're even playing today. Yes, their win did come against the Ducky Getters, another team that I think had more mixed expectations surrounding them, but it was a really great series from Pulse to get here, and they're doing it with a sub AD, no less. Sagewabe, a player that no one had really seen much of before this promotion tournament, and what a stage to make their name on now. And up against Lotus, I mean, upsetting those expectations already for Pulse, maybe just could continue to be the ticket forward.
And I know I foreshadowed to it a little bit earlier, but both these 2 teams coming off those 2-0 wins in their last best of 3s over the Goons and the Ducky Getters themselves. But now figuring out, you know, it was a little bit of an easier task maybe than you expected, not having to use that flexibility of the drafting styles here, and maybe trying to find a way to have a little bit of time to work through that. And having gotten to watch some of the games yesterday, especially, I think Lotus themselves are going to glean a lot of information on what the meta is looking like right now and be able to utilize that well as we take a look at their roster.
Yeah, and this Lotus team, fans of the space for a long time, gonna recognize an incredibly strong top side, but Sushi and Mixture, the bottom lane. You cannot sleep on the young guns on this team. They have gotten so many of their wins from them. Mixture, a brilliant engaged support player, one of the biggest up-and-comers in the space, and then you have Sushi in only his 2nd split ever of competitive play, started in the middle of Spring Split earlier this year, has been a player that has impressed so many. Maybe a bit of a raw talent, a bit of a mechanical talent, but really strong. And you talk about meta, Lotus, they've been consistently the better team throughout the entire split, based on results. It's definitely fair to say. And they've been doing that by almost creating their own meta. Players like Dardoch have completely thrown the script out, seemingly playing a unique champion almost every single game.
Yeah, I love when we were prepping for this one. You said Dardoch picks whatever he wants and wins on it. Well, hey, I guess we'll see if that maintains today.
He
for
did
them
that 2 days ago.
He did. It works out, man. I don't know what to say. The guy's got hands. As we're going to take a look at the other side of things, Polestar having also some pretty well-known names in the scene itself, but a lot of their momentum based off of their jungler Will.
Yeah, Will, definitely the standout player. Did not get a nod for any of our All-Pro voting in Tier 3, but was a very clear 4th place runner-up and the strongest player on Pulse throughout this split. You've also got very consistent carry Ariandel in the mid lane, who I think has had a really good look so far throughout the summer split, was also 4th place in All-Pro voting in Tier 3. Down in the bottom lane, though, is where a lot of the question marks have arisen for Pulse due to the roster swaps. It started as Prismal and Claritz at the start of Summer Split, then it was Azog and Prismal, and now, finally, for the promotion tournament, Sage Wabe coming in, a player that had zero expectations, and to be honest, has had a very good tournament so far, and if Pulse is going to win here today, needs to continue to do so.
Exactly that. I mean, bot lane's going to have a lot of eyes on it, but I think the mid jungle also in the draft is going to be heavily important to see what kind of pools we're going to be getting for that. Speaking of, we're going to be heading into draft number 1 of this best of 5. Again, you got to remember, full fearless. Any picks that we see here today are not going to be available for the rest of the games. As we get to game number 4, the second phase of bans will no longer be available for either side. And as we get to game 5, no bans whatsoever. As we get into it now, though, Lotus on that blue side are immediately banning away some of the strong comfort picks in mid lane, the Aurelion Soul, as well as the answer from Pulse on the other side is that Ivern. I know you love to talk about, and a lot of the focus for Dardoch too.
Yeah, Dardoch undefeated on Ivern throughout the summer split. He has been brilliant on this champion, and Will doesn't really play it. But remember, you talk about the full fearless best of 5. You can't ban it the entire series if it does go the distance. So Pulse will need to find a solution, but for now, it is at least hitting the ban table. I'm actually really surprised that they're continuing with the ban focus on the Dardoch. Yes, the Dr. Mundo is a ban towards Dardoch, not towards Porsche. I feel like you can't really ban this player out. Dardoch, we mentioned it, ultimate bravery almost with his champion pool. He is willing to play anything. And there's a lot of really strong champions still on the board. I look at Sushi's champion pool in particular, very much an enjoyer of the hyper carries, things like Smolder, Ezreal, Zeri, all very good and all still available. Also, engaged supports for both Prismal and Mixture. We talked a lot yesterday about the 6 big tank supports in the meta right now. Every single one's still up.
Love the focus as well. A lot of ADC focus down in Lotus's first phase of bans. That Rumble also joined the table for Pulse. First pick of the Smolder, so a little bit of insurance policy already drafted for Lotus.
Yeah, and this also could be a pick for Robbie Bob. It's a flex between both Sushi and Robbie. They have played it throughout the split. It's just great team fighting. That is the way Lotus wants to play the game. A lot of their early advantages largely do come from Dardoch and Robbie linking up to make plays together, but this team most comfortable in the team fights for sure. And I mean, Smolder, it just excels more than anything at that level, seemingly. Misfortune Maokai, though, I mean, just power picks really being traded right now.
But this is a perfect counter pick to those power picks itself. The Misfortune obviously layering in a ton of damage. You need really good AoE setup for that in a lot of regards. The Solar Flare trying to stop that in its tracks with a lot of long distance CC chain there. So we have obvious focuses already for Pulse in the style of composition they want to go for. And we'll get Sushi's Jhin here as a little bit of a utilitarian pick in bot lane.
I'm pretty surprised that they immediately revealed their flex, if I'm being honest, especially with so many ADs still being on the board. Should they have wanted to go that direction? But okay, Smolder mid for Robbie Bob. It's been a great pick for him. You know, Robbie, a player that a lot of people associate with mages in the space, but on this Lotus team, been a lot more about the AD carries, and against a Ariandel who is also well known for the mages like Azir. I'm gonna be honest, I think Smolder's a great pick into the Azir. You don't really get harassed too much by the range advantage. Yes, Azir will get a little bit of early push, but not too much pressure really to be thrown down in this lane from Ariandel. And when you're against a Smolder comp, a very slow mid-jungle like Maokai Azir does not exactly inspire confidence in me for Pulse to actually accelerate this game out of Lotus's hands.
And I really like the duality of this Lotus comp because you have a very strong earlier part of the game bot lane duo in the Jhin and the Leona, and then you'll always have the stacks to look forward to for the Smolder, and you can kind of offset those different timings with the team. Obviously, execution follows that a lot, but nice little setup, at least in the first phase. We are looking at the second phase of bans, though, right now. Pulse did ban away that Gangplank. We also had the engaged support focus by Lotus with that Rel ban.
And I would really like to see a Braum ban here as well from Lotus, because I think that's the direction that Prismal should be going here on 4. You've already got the Maokai to provide great setup for your team, and the Braum gets so much value into picks like Jhin and Smolder. So that's the direction I would expect Prismal to go if it's up. If not, something like a Nautilus is also a great option. But the big question for me is what happens on 5. Hoarder is a carry top lane player going up against TC Porsche, a very consistent top laner for Lotus. Hoarder has not exactly been such. He has had his pop-off games so far in the summer split. Very much an exciting up-and-coming player in this scene, and I think hasn't really proved that he can do it game in and game out. Getting R5 presumably here in game 1 is a really good opportunity to raise that stock.
And there is that Braum potential. No, it's actually going to be the last second swap-a-roonies straight to the Olaf, which we just saw in the LCS go to town, but also going to provide a little bit of a sustained damage profile for side of Pulse.
I'm a bit confused by this pick. I just don't really get why you feel the need to slam Olaf here. Maybe Prismal's cooking and they want to hide it, but Braum made so much more sense to me. And this is a denial from Porsche. Porsche is also very much an Olaf enjoyer, and Porsche has had a smaller champion pool throughout the summer
Could also
split,
be Maokai's support. You never know. Could be waiting
true.
for the jungle counter pick.
That's true.
Little things on the line there as well, just trying to see what they want to go up against at least. The Zyra, though, I mean, that just feels like not only using the roots to connect this team composition from Lotus, it feels so strong, and it ends up being the Rakan anyways there for Pulse.
I'm going to be honest, I don't really like this composition from Pulse. I can't subscribe to the Olaf pick. It is really good into the Cassante. You know, Porsche is kind of going back to comfort, but Porsche is so good at neutralizing lanes. That's one of the things that this player has made his name on at the tier 3 level for a long time. And I mean, basically, as long as Lotus doesn't lose terribly anywhere, their composition, I think, really hard outscales. Pulse has some serious range issues getting in onto Lotus, who have a lot of safety. Jhin, Smolder, Zyra, able to hit from range. You got Cassante creating space, no less. And I think not only that, your ability to actually fight for push in both bottom and in mid as Pulse is not really that good. So I think a lot of responsibility for me this game on Will and on Prismal. We built up these players a lot. They are the two on this Polestar roster with that NACL experience, and I think they have to link up. They have to make plays together. That's something that Pulse has struggled with throughout the summer split, but if they're going to win this first game, they need to do it here now.
A lot on the line for both teams as we head into game 1 of this best of 5. Loser is done and out of the promotion contention. Winner goes on to face off against AoE for the last spot in NACL 2025 spring. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, Lotus or Pulse, and we'll see exactly who takes this forward step in this best of. Now, speaking of that full fearless style a little bit more, it is just very interesting when you take a look at the picks that are going to be taken off the board here. I mean, Pulse really need to make something happen with this because they have taken a couple of the crucial picks that I feel like this meta has in store for us, as we're going to see a little bit of a late level 1 here.
Do like this a lot. Attacking Zyra early on, or maybe even attacking Porsche. They know they got to get Hoarder ahead.
They know he has a copy pasta. They need to target him as they've just taken him down. He did pop the ghost, so he won't have that summoner spell, and first blood goes to Hoarder. I think that's super important to highlight as Hoarder's going to have a big job to do on this Olaf.
That is a really nice move right there from Pulse, getting Hoarder going. That is one of the biggest win conditions that they have in this game. Not only that, going to disrupt the jungle clear of Dardoch that little bit. We'll see if Will is able to actually defend his bottom side camps, or if the team is able to do so, or if we'll just see a vertical clear. But regardless, really good level 1 start here for Pulse. That's the kind of thing they're going to need to win this game.
And maybe Will even looking for a level 2 on a Robbie Bob. He does not have the flap just yet. He is trying to trade heavily on Ariandel. He's looking for the solo bolo. He goes for it. He gets it. That's going to be a massive trade there. He gets level 2, gets the flap, and that's a little dragon that's starting to soar.
Well, that's really big. Lotus able to pick one up. Well played by Robbie. Ariandel was trying to bait, but Icarus unfortunately flew a little too close to the sun and does go down. Now Dardoch, he might be in trouble.
And we'll see. It does get pushed out of here. Prismal there to help out Will to some extent. The plant's going to poke right back, though. But I feel like it is also something that I've been able to highlight recently because I've talked to a couple people around the scene. But the difference in damage profile now, usually with the Fleet Footwork, the speed up increase that they got with the change to that Keystone made a big difference. But the damage profile, just unsuspecting a lot of time. We've seen a ton more Smolder solo bolos recently, it feels.
Yeah, Smolder's not that bad in lane. He's actually able to trade back really well. It's just more so controlling the waves and the fact that your early skirmishing really sucks, right? You do decent single target damage, though, as Ariandel did discover. And it's also not just Fleet Footwork. Robbie went for the Grasp of the Undying here into Ariandel, which does actually provide a little bit of damage.
Now, using that is going to be the biggest importance, though. As we are going to see the unfortunate immobile ADC of Jhin get jumped on by Prismal. Just a little bit of trades going back and forth. I do want to take a look at the pathing from both junglers, as we did put them as the forefront of both these two teams. A little bit of impact can do good for Lotus, but Hoarder is ever hunting to try to get in Dardoch's path.
Yeah, Dardoch clearing very inefficiently, as is Will, honestly, because Dardoch desperately wants to try to farm his topside
Not
camps
again.
because he
Not
knows.
Again.
Okay. That was close. Ariandel, though, forced to base, no teleport. Robbie playing this 2v2, or rather 1v1 so well. Speaking of 2v2.
Gonna go in as they actually get a really strong combo there. Sushi able to get a 4 shot as well. Nothing else going to come in bot lane, but yeah, I mean, that mid lane's starting to get a little bit worse for wear, it feels like.
I mean, Robbie, first team all tier 3 mid laner, very well deserved, top of many statistical categories.
Oh, double CC combo actually connects on a Prismal. Dardoch's got the distance. He goes for the flash play anyways, and Prismal is down. Lotus taking the advantage.
Yeah, nicely done, Dardoch. He's the one that gets the kill, but that was all mixture on the setup. The up-and-coming support able to find one for the team. That's what you'll want to see if you are a Lotus fan. 2v2 has been one of the pain points for Sushi and Mixture throughout this split, so to be able to find an advantage the way that they have is what you want to see.
And especially with this 2v2 combo of the Leona Jhin, you definitely want to have an advantage as much as possible to maybe keep that combo that Pulse are going for down a little bit. We will have objectives coming up on the board, though. Already some pings, already some vision being played down by Pulse as Dragon is spawning now.
I was kind of mentioning this earlier. Both the junglers are actually really far behind. Will is finally going to hit level 4, 5 minutes into the game off of these wolves, 5.5 minutes into the game, because both the junglers were clearing inefficiently to try to disrupt each other and defend all their camps. And to their credit, they were both able to do so pretty well. It just ended up being a trade of blue buffs across the board. But it does mean that they're both really slow in actually getting into this game. Favors the Maokai a little bit, but obviously level 6, really big power spike with the Maokai. Would like to hit as quickly as possible.
Nobody going to take that forward advantage just yet, trying to rely on maybe some of the cross play. Things that can happen once the grubs do spawn here very shortly. And I do have to say the activity from support hasn't necessarily been felt, although I do feel like it is going to be a very important factor. I know we talked a little bit about it beforehand, but the impact that these two guys can have for their teams and the impact we've seen them have, extremely important.
And Mixture and Prismal, two supports that really like to get out on the map and influence the rest of what's going on Summoner's Rift. Not so hard playing for the 2v2. And I do think a big question I have moving forward in this series is going to be, as Will getting forced out of the river, should just be a Scuttle Crab take for Dardoch here.
Should be just fine, as looks like they're just going to see pressure on this side. I mean, they have the movement from Hoarder, yeah.
All right, Hoarder, nicely done, able to get down there. Maybe he could start up the Void Grubs as well, but regardless. See, you can look at Prismal. He's already trying to get involved.
Ooh, goes for the flash play. The flap, beautifully timed and getting out of that engagement from Robbie Bob.
Yeah, nicely done, Robbie. I mean, that's a big flash cooldown off of Rakan. really stymie some of that engagement. Still being first to the play is Pulse. They want to start at the grubs, but look at Lotus's bottom lane. They're coming up the river, 2-member strong. Sagewabe cannot be here.
Ariandel going for the combo to Dardoch. He does not have Stranglethorns yet, but Mom has been called, and maybe it just makes the difference as it will be a trade of kills. But unfortunately, Lotus do not have their jungler any longer.
Mixture.
The Rubby Bob is trying to sneak up and get as many stacks as possible. Mixture getting here just a little bit late, but they are going to try to push out this mid lane.
You take that every time if you are Lotus. Pulse did not get any of the Void Grubs, and it's another kill actually picked up by Dardoch, of all people, before he dies. Yes, the Maokai also gets one, but I think Lotus is down to take that trade. Sagewabe, at the very least, has equalized the CS in bottom lane that little bit, but this Smolder is going to become a really big problem very quickly here for Pulse.
It's something that, you know, we kind of stated from that draft. It's literally an insurance policy. You grab it because you know if you can keep your head above water, you're going to have that execution, you're going to have that team fight damage potential. And now on the back end of those plays, Dardoch is taking the grubs for Lotus.
Yeah, and I mean, I said at the draft that, you know, if Pulse is going to win this game, I need to see Will and Prismal linking up together to be able to make plays, right? Because this Smolder, come late game, is going to be unanswerable for Pulse. And they've tried a little bit. You know, that grub play was their first big moment, but Lotus has just done such a good job matching, and I do think that's part of the concern I have for the composition, is that Pulse just doesn't have the best early game playmaking. Dragon's still on the map, though. There are still objectives that they can fight for should they choose, but at the very least, with the grubs getting taken by Lotus, it's just an unanswered neutral objective early on.
I do want to see if Pulse are willing to put a little bit of presence down on this bot side. I mean, their 2v2 bot lane is going to be pretty strong now with those ultis completed, at least for Sagewabe, but also the Locket completed for Will to give them a little bit more teamfight presence. Can't get traded on too heavily beforehand, though, as we are seeing everyone collapse around this way, and Pulse already starting up the Dragon.
I wonder if Lotus is going to try to play for this. They don't really have push in any of their lanes. Pulse should be able to burn it down, but maybe a world in which they can go for kills on the exit, or at least try to zone Sagewabe off the bottom wave. But I mean, honestly, it's been a pretty slow early game so far. A little bit of action specifically around middle lane that has been where Pulses like to throw their attention throughout the early or throughout the summer split. But I mean, both teams just kind of content to play their game. But again, I just feel like this favors Lotus.
That is the terrifying point. Obviously, still very far off from the point that the little dragon grows into a big one, but the fact that we're seeing consistently that he's keeping up with these stacks, pretty strong. Now, Dardoch, a little bit sneaky on bottom side. Mixture will be spotted out, but Dardoch still playing here, just knowing that if they do overstep, they can superiorly punish, as they all have flashes available. Sagewabe ripe for the picking, as Dardoch does end up initiating his back, completing that one, getting a reset. We're just going to get a combination of redeploys out from both teams, but Prismal is out on the map now.
Very respectful game so far, you know? Sage doesn't want to step too far forward. As I say that, Robbie could be the focus, but I think he's fine.
He's going to burn the flash to make it sure. He does still get hit by the Nature's Craft and the Sapling. Nothing else going to come his way, and he is just fine in the mid lane.
I honestly even wonder if Robbie had to flash. He probably gets CC chained, but Ariandel's like 1 HP, and I don't really have that much damage on Pulse's mid-jungle, if I'm being honest. But regardless,
Not yet.
Opts to be safe. Not yet. And also, I mean, look, Azir's going to do damage later on, but like, I don't know.
They have a serious CC chain if they want to follow that one up. We'll end up getting the cleanse out of Sagewabe, but at least something to revisit there. Still does have his flash. Needs to play very safe, though, down here on the bot side.
Like, we talk about mid-jungles doing damage, though. I have never seen a 2v2 so hard countered by Mercury Treads, I think, in my entire life.
Oh, no. just the boots, man. As soon as they get the boots, they're trembling in them.
Mixture already knows. He's got them. I bet you Porsche goes that direction, too, unless he feels like he needs the boots against Hoarder. But I honestly don't think he goes that way.
I will say, though, if there is one thing that is going to be a little terrifying to two very squishy and maybe somewhat immobile ADCs, is going to be a raging man with 2 axes running at them.
This is true.
And I think that is something to talk a little bit about for Pulse, is Porter, I mean, he got this Olaf pick. It is going to be extremely important for him to be on the right targets at the right time if Pulse are going to have a hope in a lot of these later game team fights.
So now, Lennon, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the Jhin player. I will say I actually kind of like Jhin Smolder and Zyra into Olaf, though, because even though they are immobile and they are squishy, they're all 3 champions that have a lot of kite abilities in their own right that aren't just relying on CC. Like, both the Smolder and the Jhin have movement speed steroids that can be really big. They're all very long range. And not only that, they just do a lot of damage. And if Olaf is building damage himself, like, you're going to take a lot just trying to run at them.
That's very true, and that's going to come down to like those entrance avenues, right? If Porter can find those big flanks, if
He's
not,
got a flank now.
It's going to be hard. Yeah, I mean, we'll see now as Grubs are going to go down. Looks like Lotus, they just won one, but they don't have time. Prismal goes for the play. There's the bullet time combo. Nature's Grass comes across. Ariandel going with the big one. As Mom comes across, gets huge damage, but it doesn't matter. It's already Lotus losing bodies here. Mixture tanking up. A big Stranglethorn comes right back, and now Porsche is going to all-out horde her straight to the team. Maybe this is where Lotus decides to pounce back. That sapling actually going to slow down Porsche, though, as Pulse are able to fight back a little bit. It's still the Grubs up on the task here, but resets coming out from Pulse.
Wow, that looked like it should have been such a big win for Pulse, but instead they're not going to get anything for it. They did take away one of Curly Mo and Larry, but the other 2 still going to go the way of Lotus at the end of it. Oh man, Pulse, the engage was so good, but not getting the objective hurts.
Yeah, and I'll just say what else hurts is giving all those stacks over to Robbie Bob. Those skirmishes in the mid game can be so impactful for the Smolder, and we also see, 5 Grubs ain't too shabby either. This is Pulse trying to start the play.
This is a really nice flank from Prismal, and the follow-in from Pulse is really good. And so they kill Sushi almost immediately, but honestly, Mixture buys so much time here. Like, look at this. Pulse just doesn't kill him fast enough. All of a sudden, Zyra Roots come down, gets a big knock-up, and Porsche, no hesitation going over the wall, knowing that they can get the kill back. And from this point, Pulse, they've already used the Wombo combo. Robbie is still full HP, and they can no longer contest the fight. And I will say, this is something we have seen from Pulse, particularly in their quarterfinals loss to Komodo in the previous tournament. A very disappointing exit for them early on into the tournament was that they fight pretty well, but their ability to actually take objectives has been a thorn in their side, and at least so far against Lotus, it seemingly is going to continue to be one.
Prismal going for yet another play here. He's all by himself, though. Will not end up getting the follow through, but it is the Dragon going the way of Pulse, so they'll at least get a second Dragon for themselves. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald is being traded on the other side of the map as Dardoch starting that one up. Nature's Grass coming across bot lane. They obviously really want to force a play here onto Lotus, but they can't quite catch them.
Sushi and Mixture doing a really nice job of absorbing this pressure. Now, Porsche does have TP. Should they choose to defend this, Sushi's just going to ult.
That was a little bold, but Prismo can't find the connection to stop him there. Sushi able to layer down some damage, but the turret should just fall straight to Pulse.
We'll see how much Lotus can get back on the top side, because Pulse is spending a lot of time down here, and you can't outpush a Herald, but Dardoch did take a good bit of time to actually do it.
Dardoch would realize he could probably just kill him. His Hoarder is going to pop the Ragnarok. That will be ultis traded back and forth in mid lane.
We see how quickly Porsche is taking down that top lane tier 1, because they have the 5 Void Grubs. I think he's going to get it. And so Pulse, even though they get the bot lane tier 1, it just took too damn long. And they didn't get any kills because Sushi and Mixture, beautiful respect coming out from them. One of the problems that Sushi has had, and in the quote of his own support Mixture, as well as former support Pocus, they've both called him a little greedy. So not dying to the play in bottom is so big, and it means that Lotus actually able to trade 2 turrets for the price of 1.
And if you're getting that kind of reservation, that kind of know-how, it just means that the respect is given and a little bit earned there. As Pulse, we're trying to make as many plays as possible to now find themselves 2 turrets down in crucial positions. Now, Robbie Bob going to find Ariandel over here as he's going to shift things his way away from that little dragon. And he is at 180 stacks at 16 minutes. A couple more skirmishes, and things are going to be looking dire for Pulse.
That's a lot of stacks. That's it. That's the analysis. That's a lot.
There you go. Hey, perfect.
Stacks.
Result-based analysis. That's my kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, man, this dragon is going to be a really big problem. I think Pulse is in a very difficult spot in this game 1, and I think things have just been a little too slow. Like, come on, guys, this is tier 3. We're supposed to be fist fighting each other the entire game, not playing the super respectful League of Legends. What's going on, man?
It's the respect of the moment, though. I mean, a promotion on the line at the end of your season on the line as well. A lot riding on this one.
Game 1's going to be really chill, but then like game 2 and 3, they're going to be like, all right, gloves coming off, guys.
It should be the opposite way as well, but hey, we'll get that one as well. I got to put a little bit of love, a little bit of props on Robbie Bob, though. I know you talked about it beforehand with me as we're getting ready for this series, but he has consistently risen to the top of tier 3 and even fighting for those spots at tier 2, even when you look back to his time on Evil Genius's Challengers. This guy is a standard, it feels like, for the mid lane of tier 3.
I mean, Robbie's just been performing at such a high level for such a long time. Like, I would say ever since the team pending days, Robbie has pretty consistently been like a top 3 mid laner in the space. He has been so good for so long. And now his opposite number, under attack in bottom, perhaps. Also a CLOL champion of the past, by the way.
I'm not going to lie, we might get a record going here. I know for LPL we had Rookie in mid lane playing Smolder. He got to 225 at 1904. We're at 206 right now at 1750. See if they can get a couple more skirmishes for Robbie Bob, but try to get as many stacks on this dragon. And that is what we have to talk about for Pulse. Where can they try to fight back from this one?
So if we're tracking the record, right, he needs to get, what, 16 stacks in a minute? If he's just getting them off minions, he won't get there because he can only get 13, right? So I think he's going to be a little bit later than Rookie, but just a little bit.
Still, though, I mean, it's like literally looking at the nuances and be like, yeah, this is crazy. But in the end, like the fact that he's even getting it this early just puts Pulse on such a back foot, right? They are trying to have a big team fight composition. They're trying to get those big wombo combos layered in. And it's going to be so difficult to set those up if you are at a deficit like this getting poked down.
Robbie is also just the most fed member in the game. Like, stacks be damned. He's just got 2 items now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's ahead of everybody by 1,000 gold. Dragon 45 seconds. Now, Pulse does still have this win condition. Cloud Soul Point is something that they could try to get right here, but I'm in agreement with you. This fight's looking tough. Robbie is online in this game. If they are able to find him, I do think Pulse can win the fight, but if this dragon does not get one shot, it is going to be a big problem. And you mentioned needing to pull off that wombo combo. They've not been able to force any summoners at all in the meantime. No proactive looks from Will, from Prismal to try to get a cooldown advantage, and that's going to make things tough.
If it's in butts or candy and nuts, we'd all have a wonderful Christmas. Ifs and wants.
Is that like a saying?
That is a saying. It is a saying. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if people actually say it, but it is a saying.
I've never heard that.
We'll call it that. But it is a little bit of a setup around this mid lane right now as Lotus are trying to get mid prio. It was Pulse starting up the dragon, trying to get a soul point for themselves, but Lotus want them to have no part of it.
I mean, Lotus want to fight. Robbie, 2 items, 229 stacks on the Smolder. Prismal does have a good flank position, but they know he is lurking. Not wanting to step too far into the river to give him that angle as Hoarder's already been chunked.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hard entrance. They are about halfway down. The dragon will reset. Prismal has a hell of a flank. It is going to end up being spotted out in the end. Maybe not, actually, as the trap is still there. As they're trying to collapse on Hoarder. He has those stacks, and now this fight just becomes that much more difficult to handle. Hoarder over here, still in some trouble. Robbie Bob is not with the team, though. Oh, I will say Pulse not very confident to step forward.
Yeah.
Hoarder is backing. He has TP here, Hawk.
I mean, this is completely winning, though, for Lotus. Pulse just dropped a big wave top. Lotus has control over mid as well. Now here they go.
Big quickness combo from Prismal. This is their lives on the line here in game number 1. As they're trying to get the damage layer down, Pulse are just turning onto the dragon, but it's Lotus turning onto Will. Oh my god, they actually got one back, but they do end up opening up here with the likes of Sushi, missing a couple of those shots, and it does end up being Pulse securing their soul point.
Yeah, you know what? It's not that bad for Pulse. They lose 2 in the fight, but they get the objective, and at least they trade 1 back as Prismal finds his flank finally. But Robbie Bob is so far out of the danger, and in general, no one on Pulse was really in position to follow this one up. Hoarder, at the very least, had to teleport into everybody. You mentioned earlier how much of a problem a Ragnarocking Olaf can be. He's at least able to trade out 1 for 1 with Dardoch. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think Pulse is okay with how that one went. Getting the objective is so big for them. The bigger problem is that they lost 4 flashes for their trouble. Robbie and Sushi maintaining that summoner spell makes them that much more difficult to take down.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie Bob's going to be circling his 3rd item here very soon as well, as he's picked up 4 kills. Ariandel to find the run to the force of Porsche and the rest of Lotus as he finds himself surrounded up here, and give that execution to the little dragon who could, as he goes unstoppable.
Robbie 5-0-1. Oh my goodness, this dragon is so fed. I'm surprised that Lotus is not just opting to pull Baron right here. No teleport on Ariandel when he respawns. One of the biggest carries on the enemy team down. Perhaps Lotus, they felt that their waves weren't in a great position. They didn't have control over mid or bottom at the time. But regardless, the respect does mean it's just a pick and nothing more.
We are finally getting 2nd item completions there for Pulse. Do we feel like that brings them anywhere closer into the fold? A little bit of 1,000 point, at least 1,500 gold in the deficit here.
Yeah, I mean, like, Pulse, they're still very close, right? Like they very well can win this game. Again, it's just sort of the compositional difference that I think is my hang-up more than anything. But yeah, 1.3k at 23 minutes nearly is virtually nothing. I mean, that's just long swords on a couple of members, right? It just is where that gold is actually allocated. And if I'm being honest, the people that are behind on Lotus, it's fine. Yeah, Sushi would like to be a little bit stronger, I suppose, but he's still fine. Porsche, he's a tank. It doesn't matter too much. But, I mean, look, Robbie is so fed, man.
Dude, he does so much damage. Immediately getting the Sun Disc out of Ariandel. And Prismo coming over here as well, just to hover as Robbie Bob with the rest of his team also hovering on this way. And again, another little point to speak of is Dardoch does have the Rylai's, so a lot more strength on that 2nd item spike for the Zyra, slowing everybody down in this very team fight-centered compositional strength that Pulse have.
I feel like if Smolder hits a certain number of stacks, he just should turn into Elder Dragon. Like,
right?
If he hits like 500 stacks, like a heinous number that you're almost never going to see. But like, honestly though, Robbie with 300 at 23 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually
kind
insane.
of a possibility.
I mean, he's got rapid fire now too, so even easier to get some of those poking stacks onto the enemy team. And it's just going to be very, very hard to deal with for Pulse. And that's where we can highlight the strengths of Lotus. I literally said at the beginning, like, they are the ones that we're looking at to try to take advantage of some of the meta choices, some of this fearless setup that we have in terms of what can they take early to put the binds onto Pulse. They went with a very meta composition, and it's working very well for them in game 1.
Yeah, very meta, very stylistic of their identity, and so
very
far
mindful.
Very, very mindful, very demure. Where did this come from? Like, how did that whole thing start?
Whoever knows where things come from on TikTok. Nobody knows.
I always feel like I see TikTok memes, like, once they're already memes, but I never know where it came from.
They just spawn. It just happens. You know, there's something that happens. The algorithm of life.
There's just one unfortunate meme that may relate to my name that I do know exactly where that came from. So,
well, there you go. I do think, though, especially with some of the aggressive points that we've seen from Lotus, they are stalling a little bit. Maybe we see them taking advantage of here. These first shots are going to go a little bit wide there from Sushi, but it is going to pull the rest of Pulse off them. And you see they don't really have a lot of the damage setup if Sagewabe isn't there to get the combo. Prisbul at half health, going to get a decent amount of healing back from it. But we're all setting up around mid lane because Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be the battleground. I respect. Oh no,
never mind. There's no battleground. They just busted the door down, and Lotus just say you're going to have a 4v5 to deal with.
And that's going to be soul denied. Remember, that was one of the biggest win conditions that Pulse still had access to. It's at least going to be gone for the next 5 minutes. At the very least, I don't think Lotus will take a Baron or anything. So it's not a great death, but not the end of the world for Pulse either. Ariandel
just getting caught in the tempo of things there. Really good heads-up decision-making from Lotus. It's kind of what we expect from them. Moment-to-moment decision-making, very strong for them, as they are now 3,000 gold up, just about denying that Dragon's Soul, as that 5-minute timer will be very nice for them to deal with. We are going to get resets from them. We're already on those 3 items for Robbie Bob. Going to be getting a little bit closer for Sushi. Is this a area where we could maybe see them try to rush the Baron?
think it's a possibility. We're finally getting to the point in the game where Sushi might actually do damage with this Pea Shooter Jhin build once he completes the last Whisper, perhaps. But fine, he doesn't need to do damage. He's got Robbie and Dardoch. They're very strong. But yeah, I mean, Lotus, again, content to play things slow. And I do want to take a moment to talk a little bit more about Ariandel because, you know, Ariandel is a guy that he's been playing in Tier 3 similar to Robbie Bob for a long time. I mentioned it earlier, also a CLOL champion 6 years ago, if you want to feel maybe a little bit old, back with UCI in 2018, I believe, was when Ariandel lifted that trophy. And he's had quite a few decent splits in Tier 3, playing for reputable organizations like, you know, Supernova, obviously Polestar, stuff like that. And I think we've seen a lot of good stuff from him, but has never really taken that step to the next level, right? Robbie Bob, at the very least, has had a couple of shots up there, but Ariandel never really has. And I think definitely trying to prove that he can take that step in a series today against Lotus would be a really big deal for his career. But in the meantime,
there's that angry man. He's got axes. I said it's a little scary. Is Robbie Bob getting low? Robbie Bob going down. Big shutdown going over to Hoarder. He's still kicking for a little bit, but Porsche ends up cleaning him up. Meanwhile, Sushi getting his own bit of attention from Pulse, but that's a big pickoff. And Pulse actually finding a little bit of promise there in the side lane.
Yeah, Hoarder, okay. You know, the Smolder might be able to kite it, but I think Robbie maybe a little disrespectful. Kind of just got into melee range right there, even flashed and still died. That is a big time play for Pulse, especially because now Lotus, they're going to be a little bit late responding to all their waves. Ariandel maybe can look to take this tier 2 or at least get some damage on it.
Now with the Nashor's Tooth, he does have a lot of speed in his auto attacks. Is not able to finish it off as he sees Dardoch coming around the way. The slowdown, the rallies, I just highlighted it as well. They're going to be able to slow down. The flash comes out. Here's the curtain call. The root's not going to hit. First shot does miss. They do get the second one. Fourth shot connects. The slowdown is there. Ariandel shifting sands his way up, but the rallies still slowing him down. Dardoch
taking a long time.
Getting poked heavily. They are so heavily, folks. He got hit. Now gets locked down, and there you go. Oh, he gets one back. Meanwhile, Pulse have been doing the Baron. Lotus feel like this is maybe the moment to step up to it, though, as Robbie Bob having those executions is huge. The AoE damage, maybe this is it. Maybe this is Pulse's chance. Will's out of the pit. Will still gets it. Rally Cry, Baron buff secured, and Pulse are finding their lifeline here as it's going beep, beep, beep. Lotus is falling apart. As now Sushi coming over by himself, does kill one as he's trying to chase down the rest. It is still Lotus trying to clean up the stragglers here.
But it's a rare blunder from the veteran jungler of Lotus. He not only dies in the side lane, but it's just taken too damn long to chase down Ariandel. Dardoch and Sushi were not on the same page as to how they wanted to approach that fight. And Pulse, I love the confidence, immediately deciding to turn around towards that Baron. They were able to find Robbie Bob, deny the strongest member from the cleanup, and now with the Baron in hand, this game is right back to even. From this point, I mean, Pulse should always get this Baron, right? But with Robbie alive, how many members can he kill? That's the question. But Prismo's able to find him. Remember, Robbie didn't have Flash from that earlier 1v2 by Hoarder, and that ends up being massive. Will and Sagewabe also escaping on 1 HP is big. Or, okay, Sagewabe goes down, but regardless, everyone kind of able to slink themselves away. That's still 3 Barons in hand, and now they've got their Cloud Soul spawning in 50 seconds. The Baron gonna aid in gaining that control so much.
And some of the scaling for Ariandel going to be coming online now as well for the Azir. Third item completed there. And it's a dead even game, 30 minutes in. Now Pulse have done a good job of setting themselves up for these next objectives. We have about 30 seconds for Dragon. They are still on Soul Point. Now Hoarder's also going to take a tier 2 in the bottom side, and they're going to try to regain positioning over mid lane.
Hoarder 5-3-2. We've mentioned this player can be inconsistent for Pulse, really trying to prove himself in his first ever promotion tournament. This is the highest profile team he's gotten the privilege to be a part of, with maybe the exception of Team Ambition, actually subbing in for Porsche while Porsche was on vacation early on in Hoarder's career. One of the big things that got him started now on this Pulse Star team is definitely coming up heads in this first game. Needs to continue to be big as it's Pulse onto their Soul Dragon, and we have a flank position from Hoarder on the top side of the fight.
Sushi gonna open up the dragon down. Prismal goes for the engage. Robbie Bob gets caught. Robbie Bob is going down to that man with the axes. Here comes the Nature's Grasp across. The Olaf pick making the difference. 2 members down and a triple kill already for Hoarder. Now they're going to clean house on the rest of Lotus, and things have completely turned on their heads. 3,000 gold in the lead, and there's a lifeline yet as Pulse are pushing down mid lane.
And they might just be able to end Dardoch, Robbie, Sushi, all down for 35 seconds. Pulse against all odds is going to take this first game. They were behind, but most certainly not down. It's all up to Porsche to defend, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
Everything was going the way of Lotus. Everything was being written for them so concretely. But Pulse say no, not yet, as they take game number 1 of this best of 5.
And such good resilience to stand in that game. It's one big mistake from Lotus that goes massively punished. And Prismal and Hoarder, I have to give these 2 players so much credit. We can look at the final fight because it's going to go right into the point I want to make, which is they were so consistent in the way they were able to find flanks and be together. This was one of the biggest problems I had with Pulse in their summer split run, was that they oftentimes looked disjointed. But with their coordinated engage, Hoarder was able to pick up a triple and they were able to win the game.
And I was saying it from the beginning, like, this man with the axes raging at these squishy little carries is the difference maker, in Hoarder being able to turn that around. I mean, he obviously earns player of the game, but what an incredible setup to just consistently find the targets he needed to find when he needed to find them.
Yeah, and you know what? I was critical of the blind pick Olaf. Even after getting that first blood lead, you know, I felt like he wasn't doing much with it in the mid game. I was concerned because Pulse was playing the game so slow, but their execution in the team fights counted when it mattered most. Hoarder was massive in those fights, definitely a deserved player of the game, and I mean, a deserved first win for Pulsar. It doesn't have to be flashy as long as they're able to get it done.
Doubters be damned, as hey, it was going holistically the way of Lotus for so long in that game. They felt like they were relying on their veterancy and doing so well around the map. You always have to rely on some of those comfort picks and some of those last second ditch efforts from Pulse. Now, also going into the next game, fearless setup. You have to think what is going to be on the table for both these teams as we step away for a short break. Get ready for that game 2.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL 2025 Spring Promotion Tournament as we are getting into our second game between Lotus and Pulse. What a game one we had, Hawk, as I couldn't believe my eyes when we saw that turnaround and all of a sudden the snowball started forming the other way around as we take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost.
What a game one is definitely a way to describe it. I'm going to be honest, looking at that gold graph especially, this one did not exactly inspire confidence for me in our remaining tier 3 representatives here. I felt like Lotus was in such a commanding position in this game. Pulse wasn't really getting the proactivity that I felt that they needed to do with their composition, but then all of a sudden it's a massive blunder from Lotus. A lot of credit, of course, going over to Pulse for how they're able to punish, and then very rapidly they were able to take over and win the game. And it was a weird one, though. Slow until it wasn't, and Pulse suddenly able to win it in 32.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the guy with the axes came around, started yelling at people, and then they started dying, apparently. It really was a big job set up by Hoarder, trying to get the right targets, trying to get the right access, and ended up finding Robbie Bob multiple times. And really, the whole time we were talking about, I mean, Robbie Bob had his stack super early into the game, but it was about execution after that point. And now you have to think, Lotus need to rely on some of that veterancy to pull themselves back from that devastating game one loss.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they if they can get into a position like they were in this previous game where they're up a couple thousand gold coming into the mid game, they've got a good team fight composition. This group of 5 should be able to convert on that. I don't expect them to make the same mistake twice. However, they have to actually do it. And Pulse, they team fought really well. Prismo found great angles, and I'm really happy with the level of play I am seeing from this team, especially compared to expectations.
Well, we're going to take a look at what Game 2 has in store for us. Now, we are full fearless, so all those picks that we saw in that game number 1 no longer available to either side. Some very big ones taken off the table. The Ivern still comes to mind here as we get into it. Lotus did select blue side as they are still on that side. They will ban away probably the same champions as the Aurelion Soul is banned away first and foremost.
Yeah, I don't expect Ariandel to get that one until a game 5. He's been so insanely good on it.
I will say, Cubby says you should let them pick it early. I might be seeing a little bit of that.
I agree. I think in a full fearless best of 5, you shouldn't kick the can down the road, if you will. We've seen this not work out for a lot of teams. Hello disguised against Blue Otter with Sammy and Zoe in game 5, for example. Yeah. I'm not a subscriber in that strategy, but seemingly both Lotus and Pulse are, because not only is the Aurelion Soul continuing to get banned, but also the Ivern. Another champion that we mentioned that Will doesn't really play, Dardoch undefeated on the pick, and other big contested ones, though, that I'm expecting to see on the B1, R1 sort of slate is going to be the Rel Alistair. It was Leona Rakan last game. Rel generally considered the best support in the patch. I think it's one of Mixture's best champions. I'm expecting it to be contested here in this game.
Very similar bands, honestly the exact same bands so far as we go into it, as the first phase does come to an end. We'll see what Lotus want to grab first pick this time around. It is the Brand coming through.
It's fine. I don't hate it. Brand is still good.
It's fine.
It's a good champ, and it is a carry for Dardoch, right? I'm expecting some sort of 80 carry to match here for Robbie Bob. You get a tank support for Mixture. I think already Lotus is basically, with this Brand B1, just kind of telling us where they want their composition to go. So now, Pulse just should tell us where they want their composition to go. It was a pretty stock standard draft last time, and oh, look at that. Corky, feeling daring today.
Why not? I mean, hey, it works, though, honestly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've seen Corky's have so much strength in the recent meta, just the burst capability, but the damage profile it brings you. Both starting themselves up strongly here, but they do need to try to find something to combine with that. I know Will has taken a forward foot in a lot of the games for Pulse up to this point. Last game, very much more on the back foot, very much more facilitative, as we'll get the double poke combo that we see time and time again as the Ezreal comes out again.
I like the Ezreal pick here for Sagewabe. Very safe. Going to be strong in lane, strong later on in the game, and it's a denial from Sushi. I think one of the stronger AD carries for Sushi here on Lotus. The interesting one for me is the Corki, because Ariandel has not been the biggest AD carry player in the mid lane. He's got a few games on it, had a big win with the Corki just a couple days ago, but it opens up Robbie Bob to continue to cook. We were saying it. He's not just mage player Robbie Bob anymore. Nah, Lennon, he's got that dog in him.
He does indeed. As going to be looking for that mid lane matchup here, at least to see if he can have the major impact, and maybe that's just the ticket Lotus are looking for, going back to what has worked for them a lot in the past in that mid jungle duo, as the Nautilus also locked in for them.
Nautilus is an interesting pick. You should slam Rel right now if you're Prismal, I feel like, because
Absolutely.
You don't have the opportunity to get countered by Alistair. It's good into the Nautilus as well. I suppose, you know, a single target point and click lockdown, especially when you're against something like Corki Ezreal, I can kind of see wanting to go that direction as opposed to the Rel itself.
Braum?
But Braum is also fine. It's good into Brand. You can block the Pyroclasm. I don't love it as much into the Nasus. I will say, though, Robbie, this game on the Nasus, he's going to need to make Ariandel bark for him a little bit, like on the dog champ, like he did last game, because I do think that was the biggest thorn in Pulse's side. I didn't feel like Ariandel had the best game on the Azir, and Robbie was really strong. So with this matchup, we got to see what he can do with it.
We have Inspired, Meowing in the LCS. We have Barking in the NACL. I guess this is NA League of Legends, baby. But it is all about the second phase of bans going through here, as the Amumu is banned. Something we have holistically seen in NA League of Legends, maybe not elsewhere, but trying to get some of this jungle focus going into the second phase, as Nidalee is also banned away against Will.
Again, I am fascinated that we're continuously trying to ban out some of Dardoch's champion pool. Also, you might be wondering, by the way, why is Amumu getting banned out when Brand has been picked? I forgot to mention, Sushi also has played the Brand a couple times this split. Brand Nami has been a combo we have seen from Sushi and Mixture. We've also seen the Brand Skarner. That was crazy when they played it. So maybe Brand Nautilus could be the option.
Could see as definitely what Pulse is thinking, as we'll see probably more focus towards Will, I would expect, in the second phase for Lotus. Just trying to take away any of those counter picks or those power picks from him, but it really is just the Vlad as that pick as the final
I think
ban.
they want GP.
I think they want GP away in the first game.
Ban. Yeah, that is a big pick for Porsche. It's been historically his best champion throughout his entire career.
Sure.
And Vladimir is pretty annoying to play against as GP. So that is what the pick is signaling to me at the very least. Hoarder would play Lucian top, honestly. Wouldn't even surprise me.
We're cooking. It is the J4, though. A lot of preemptive setup for Will.
And it's one of Will's best champions. He always manages to have impact. It's good at all stages of the game. You've got the good follow-up with the quirky Ezreal AoE that they can lay out. Provides hard engage with the Braum. Does not really do a lot of immobility right now for Lotus. I honestly don't know where they go, because Pulse is pretty hard reading that this is a AP carry Brand. And with the Kindred pick for Dardoch, it in fact will be Nasus Kindred as the mid jungle with Brand in the bottom lane. Lotus is really chefing it up after the game 1 loss, and I said the Gangplank is going to come out. I do really like this pick for Porsche.
I mean, they got like 5 chefs in the kitchen. They're all cooking different dishes right now, and I love it. I mean, we got a little bit of spice thrown in here for Lotus after losing that game number 1 with a very stock standard composition. They say, no, we're going to go the complete opposite way and refurbish this restaurant. But it is going to be a very interesting comp. A lot of focus on Dardoch on the Kindred here, though.
Ooh, and the Gwen. Okay, this is really interesting. I don't love Gwen into this composition here. I feel like there's a lot of members on Lotus that are either able to hit you or just don't care. It is really good into the Brand, though. And to me, this composition from Lotus is sort of calling Polestar's bluff, where they said, okay, we outplayed you for honestly a lot of the game, but fumbled the bag a little bit later on and didn't team fight very well. But Pulse was not proactive really at all. And I think this is Lotus basically saying, if you're not going to be proactive, we're going to try to just like really come at you right now. So they're going to play a bunch of aggressive champions. They're going to try to get the Kindred Nasus going with the push in mid, hard skirmish towards the jungle. That to me is sort of what Lotus is saying. They want to snowball this game.
Yeah, they really do. And I think that's a great adaptation from that game number 1, specifically trying to just find what works in this kind of situation. When you don't win a stock standard game, you got to throw a wrench at things and see what works. As we get into game number 2, it is Pulse who took game number 1 and took that forward step in this best of 5. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, Lotus or Pulse, as Pulse is going for a little bit of a level 1 on top side.
Yeah, these runes, of course, are from last game, so not going to be accurate for this game. Robbie went for the phase rush on the Nasus. This, I have not really seen that too much. It's generally been the Airy or the Fleet, I feel like, in the mid lane. Phase rush, he's going to try to run down this Ezreal.
He's going to be throwing out all the emotes as well. But yeah, try to get as much pressure down onto this mid lane as possible, because again, you highlighted it already so well, but the primary focus for Lotus, not only in this game but kind of holistically, has been how strong their mid jungle duo can be and the advantages they grab for them. So now a lot of onus on these solo lanes, but also on Dardoch for them. On the other side for Pulse, I mean, your learnings from that game number 1 are that you can hang with Lotus. There is no big difference here. I think that's something huge to think about as we move forward, as more comfort champions are coming out for Pulse.
Yeah, they definitely can hang. I agree. So much responsibility on Robbie and Dardoch. Again, they are typically the early game playmakers for this Lotus squad. And also, Hoarder coming off a great player of the game performance in game number 1. I do think he got the better of Porsche in that first one. Now in a very comfortable matchup for Porsche. We're going to have to see how they do carry versus carry.
And take a look at the starts for both junglers. They will be starting on bot side, pathing up towards top, so no more bot lane 2v2 focus outside of what we'll get between the laners themselves. but I actually kind of like that as we saw so much influence gained from that early prio on top side last game.
Of course, it was so interesting, right? Because Pulse won top lane, but it was actually Lotus that got all the Void Grubs and the Rift Heralds, and then Pulse took the Dragons. I feel like not typically what we end up seeing, but yeah, I mean, hey, Lotus was, I suppose, able to make it work. Junglers are on match paths, both identifying this top side as the potential volatile lane, knowing that carry versus carry things could get spicy. As, I mean, I think we're kind of expecting Brand and Ezreal to want to farm it up, although I will say Brand Nautilus probably has quite a bit of kill threat here.
Little point as well, there was some vision play and information gained by Pulse on the pathing of Dardoch and exactly where he was going. So we did see some pings from Pulse realizing where he can be in those moments. You already see it as well here going through. So I love some of that information game being played between these two junglers who are so impactful. And Prismal, he's getting out on a roam early, much earlier than we saw him able to do so last game. Just trying to impact this mid lane as much as possible. He's going to try to find Robbie Bob, but Robbie Bob turning right back on. It's game one again, as he can't get him. Just a smidgen of health left. Concussive blows will connect, but no follow through from Prismal.
Oh my lord, Robbie just keeps trying to turn around these level 2 plays into kills of his own. Now, Ariandel did hold onto the flash, but has to teleport back. Robbie should be able to crash this wave and get away with Mixture here to cover.
Will is coming over here, though. Has the flag and drag combo, flashes in. Concussive blows connects there, and Robbie Bob goes down first blood to Ariandel. Now maybe following him into that gray screen is Mixture as he flashes away. Dardoch is here to try to get one back. Prismal will flash himself. Now a slowdown coming on to Will. Nothing else, though. As Dardoch comes in to save the day, it is already blood spilled in favor of Pulse.
And that's so big for Polestar, getting a kill onto Ariandel. We said that Robbie needs to be able to dictate this lane. Instead, it goes the opposite direction. And Lotus doesn't get anything back. Will's going to deny the mark on this bottom side scuttle as well. So this mid jungle that we said needed to get going for Lotus currently is a little behind. Robbie desperately wants to crash this wave, but the real difference maker is just that Will is here first, right? Prismal with the exhaust is able to make sure that the Nasus can never get away. And I mean, Dardoch, by the time he arrives, both his mid laner's already dead and Mixture is flashing away.
Just the decisiveness from Pulse there to realize that flash from Will actually makes the difference in the timing, right? You get that quick kill, you have the reset potential in those fights, and that kind of decisiveness makes the difference in a best of 5 like this. Sagewabe will get away from the dredge line from Mixture. It's going to be returning focus on this bot side more than likely for Pulse as Dragon is coming up now.
I will say, you know, League of Legends, definitely a game of inches at this level of play. It was another rare mistake from Dardoch. You know, we saw much earlier, he actually had reset those small chickens. I mean, imagine if he doesn't reset the small chickens, gets to mid that extra 2 seconds sooner, right? It really can come down to those thin margins. And now Robbie might be the focus again. We said that Prismo likes to roam, and Robbie's cooked.
He doesn't have much movement. He missed that Winter's Bite, though. Maybe still getting the concussive blows. One more does connect. If he hit that Winter's Bite, maybe makes the difference there. And Robbie Bob able to get away.
Ariandel, or rather, excuse me, Prismal, I think wants that one back. I think they should have had that kill. And now the rest of Lotus is here to cover.
We got to take a look at this mid lane prio. Obviously, both supports getting super active on the map. But this mid prio is leading to these first objectives as Grubs have spawned just about in about 10 seconds or so. And it does mean that we could have the split focus between those neutral objectives early. But Will is going to be hovered over here on this top side as Lotus starts it up.
Yeah, Porsche actually winning out in top lane. Interestingly, Lotus is winning in all of their lanes. Obviously mid a little bit behind because of the kill, but they're up CS basically everywhere. So interesting little dynamic right there that has actually allowed Lotus to move on to these Void Grubs first. You know, League, a game played on turns, right? Pulse, they took their turn to go for the gank in mid, but once Lotus was able to consolidate, they're using that time to get the wave push and the neutral objective on the back end.
So a little foreshadowing here because we had to do it in game number 1 and it paid dividends for us. What does this top lane impact look like for the game? You obviously have the global from Porsche, a lot of damage in the team fights, but the consistent side lane pressure that Hoarder is going to have, at least on this Gwen later on, is something to think about.
So I will say GP, one of those champions that no matter how strong a side laner gets, pretty good at answering them. You mentioned the global threat, also the barrels, a lot of safety in clearing out those waves. I do think the fact that Dardoch is seemingly not interested in contesting this dragon is good for Pulse because, again, Lotus would really like to fight, get this Nasus into the game early. And, I mean, with the GP Cannon Barrage as well, they would have that 5th man, as it were. And instead, none of that's really going to come to fruition. And Pulse is just going to be able to answer the neutral objective trade.
And we wanted to see Lotus have a proactive style. We said, oh, this draft is obvious. They are tired of waiting around and getting to a late game position. They want to go fast. They want to go hard. And so far, they haven't been able to in this second game, maybe leading out to the potential that Pulse have in this with their setup and their compositional strength. But that is also where you could think about the track record of Lotus, and that's why they were maybe favored coming into this series because of the consistency we've seen from their carry stars.
And, you know, I want to clear up as well. Like, Lotus's scaling is good, but their composition is just way harder to play later on. And, you know, Dardoch only being on 1 mark right now, Robbie stacking up okay, but, you know, a lot of the scaling is more conditional for Lotus, right? It comes from sort of that stacking ability, how effectively they're able to farm and skirmish early on in the game, whereas Polestar just has a great front-to-back composition later on, right? They got the double AD carries, they got the Gwen, double front line. It basically plays itself, and I think that's a big part of the reason why we're kind of saying that Lotus would like to get a lead.
I think Sushi's obviously going to have a massive team fight impact with the Power Claws, and Prismal able to deny that to some extent. But we are getting level 6s, as we are going to have a little bit more proactivity in that regard for at least some of the damage dealers here. It is also a factor that we're trying to find as many of these stacks for Dardoch as possible. I know you kind of highlighted it a little bit earlier, but just this Kindred becomes such a different champion depending on which avenue goes down. Either you get a ton of stacks and you're ahead of the game, or you're so far behind that it doesn't feel relevant.
Right now, Jury's still out. So we'll see how he's able to do.
They're deciphering what's going to happen here as Dardoch's actually looking up top.
Yeah, no flash on this Gwen. Porsche's trading well.
So hard though. Okay, Hoarder gonna go forward. There's the Cannon Barrage. Porsche going down. Hoarder trying to get the kill. There's the Lamb's Respite though. Hoarder utilizing it to try to get on the Porsche. Goes under turret. Dardoch gets the kill.
No mark to Dardoch though. He did not want to tip off Hoarder. So it's a kill, but not any stacking for this Kindred. You still take this. You are Lotus. Now Will maybe going to try to look for Porsche, but not able to. Crashing that wave and gets away. I think Porsche did a really nice job of baiting that fight for his jungler. Well played by both of them to clean up that kill.
Love to see Porsche flexing his muscles on the gangplank there and just trying to get under the skin of Hoarder maybe a little bit in that regard. But it is going to be a reset out from both teams. You have to also think about the next spawn of Grubs that'll be coming up shortly, and where we can see if Lotus want to secure Grubageddon for themselves.
You know, Lennon, I know on the LCS they've had a lot of discourse of like what you call the Grubs. Are you one of the subscribers to calling it a pot of Grubs?
No, you know, hey, I'll maintain the trend. Jury's still out.
Jury's still out. Okay. TBD on the terminology.
TBD. This isn't TBD anymore, though. Porsche getting a massive package delivery to him, and it's not a nice one, as Pulse do claim the kill on top side. This gives them so much onus over this objective on top for the Grubs.
At least Porsche does have the teleport to come back, but Hoarder gonna deny this entire wave, get some tower plates. Sushi's low as well. And Lennon, I'm gonna disagree with you. I think it was TBD on the top side. To be dead.
It works out. You just have to find the right word to fit in. It's like a puzzle. As they do, actually. It's going to be the TP back from Porsche, so maintaining a little bit of presence up there, and it wasn't Pulse actually going for those Grubs that I thought they would try to scoop up. So now, Grubageddon's upon us. Better batten down the hatches, close those windows, because Dardoch, he's about to claim 6 for Lotus.
Not bad. Lotus consistently manages to give up kills on the top side, only to secure the second spawn of Grubs
Somehow,
anyway.
some way.
This is the second game in a row this has happened, and I don't think they're too upset about it. The bigger problem was really just the amount of farm that Porsche lost. You know, Hoarder said, screw you, Ferrari's better, called up the boys, and they took him out.
Low blow, man. Low blow. That was a movie.
Ford versus Ferrari?
Ford versus Ferrari.
That was a good movie, too. Yeah.
I actually never watched it. Anyways,
I recommend. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it had like
so
Matt Damon, right? And Christian Bale. I'm trying to remember because the good guys in the movie were Ford. So I guess does that? Well, hang on a minute. Porsche's in neither of these conversations.
It is, yeah,
so
exactly.
Who's Ford and who's Ferrari?
We need a
I don't
second
know.
movie. We need a second movie. We need to add
Yeah,
Porsche in there. He'll
Porsche
be the main
versus
star.
Ferrari.
It's fine. Get TC Porsche in there. Dardoch is being hovered right now by Paul. Oh, no. The concussive blows Dardoch. He's going down, has the Lamb's respite. Maybe buys enough time here, but he is so low. He does end up getting the flash out.
Robbie's
Will wants to
strong.
chase him down. Look at the back line, though. It's Prismal going down first, but Sagewabe has arrived. Now Robbie Bob needs to be careful. The poke damage is huge. Pyroclasm coming across for Sushi as Will is just fighting tooth and nail. Sagewabe wants to go forward, but can't find it. Now Will getting chunked down by that dog as Robbie Bob does separate the fight. It is a huge bloodbath, but Pulse turn right back to the Dragon.
Yeah, that fight was close. Everybody went for broke, but it was only a 1-for-1 in the end as Dardoch and Prismo fall. But the real win is going to be not only Pulse picking up this Dragon, but also Mixture got the kill. No +12 for Robbie.
Not able to get those extra stacks. They mean so much, especially as we do have the kind of first item spikes. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh,
He
he's
keeps
out of the
going
winter
in.
spike.
He's
That's actually so
crazy.
huge.
Someone
Look
stop
at
this man.
I mean, he's got 4 levels on him, and now Will coming over. He's just stacking them up here, getting a 3v1 and pushing them away. Now Dardoch coming up to give him some support here, trying to take down Will as he still needs those stacks. Hoarder has
Hoarder's
come
here.
over now as well.
I'm going to be honest. Throughout his career, Robbie's been known as like the consistent mage guy, skill for team fights. He is clinically insane for the way he's playing this game walking forward. And Nasus is a mid-game champion. A lot of people think that the stacks are all about the late game, but we're going to see why he's a mid-game champ in this fight. Level 10 Nasus rocking up. His ult is the single biggest steroid in the entire game. And even though Dardoch dies, he is big. Ariandel and Sagewabe are really afraid to walk up to this guy. Critically, Sushi was not able to get a passive proc onto either Ariandel or Sagewabe. Good flash to keep himself alive. And once the ulti does fall off, the Nasus, much less threatening. It means that everyone walks away.
Yeah, I mean, the cooldown steroid is just so ridiculous on that champion. Now,
It
also a
gives,
little
like,
bit of an
60 armor and MR and like 400 health. It's a crazy steroid.
It's crazy. We do have the Triforce completed for Lotus, so a little bit of combination there.
With our powers combined.
Hey, they're trying to make something happen here, all right? After falling down that game number 1 and having this next game go a little bit rocky for a composition that definitely wants to be ahead and try to utilize some of these power spikes as those first items will be important for them. But really, Nasus wanting that second item for himself too.
Somewhere, Link is smiling. We'll see who on Lotus can take the Master Sword this game. Right now, I do think Robbie is still the strongest. He might be the focus, though. Nasus ulti up, though. We just mentioned how strong of an ability it can be, so I don't think he's the easiest to dive.
I'm just going to try to hover as they take the Krugs down here. Will just trying to stay active as best as possible. You want to give a check-in on to a little bit of the movement we have going up towards this Rift Herald now as well. As it was a little bit of a 1v1 happening up here. Hoarder on the wrong side of town here, but trying to take down Porsche. It's going to be a solo for either side. Who's getting it? It is going to be sniffed away as Hoarder comes up big. Now Ariandel into Robbie Bob. Needs to be careful. He's getting siphoning strike, but here comes Will to try to finish off Robbie Bob as his ulti will be coming down. Here comes that Cataclysm. Straight forward, but Robbie Bob tanking up a storm. Finally going down to Ariandel himself. As Lotus are surrounding, they need to be a little bit careful because Hoarder has taken that topside fight and taken first turret of the game for Pulse.
Yeah, Hoarder's in a position where he can take over again. It was Porsche that initiated that play for the solo kill, but remember, Hoarder has Ignite. No flash on this Gwen, and Porsche, he flashed a full stack Q from Hoarder instead of saving it for the R3. Honestly, I don't play top lane. I don't know which one's better, but it was a choice, and ultimately it did not work out, obviously, because he ended up dying. And then Robbie, well, you can see how strong this dude is. He almost 1v1s Will and Ariandel, but he can't. And now Lotus, they are really starting to fall behind. Dardoch has not really been able to come online the way that he wanted. Robbie's not really been able to come online the way that he wanted. And we talked all about how easy to play Pulse Star's front-to-back team fight is. Well, they're looking poised to do it.
And Sushi needs to find an in this game. I mean, you have the brand. You're at level 11. Your pyroclasm in these team fights, super important, but it's all about the timing and the execution of that. And we're going to start seeing Lotus try to use some of those strengths as well, as Dardoch still very far behind the pace of the game in those stack styles, as it is going to be Pulse maybe knocking on the door. Would love to check that out,
I think he's got 2. I believe he has 2, which is not very many for 17 and a half minutes. No, okay, he's got 3. So not
one
great,
away from the break point,
but not terrible. Yeah, if you can get a 4th, that's going to be big. I will say, Lotus really wants to fight for this dragon, not only because it's potential soul points here for Pulse, but Pulse hasn't gotten their second item spikes yet, so Lotus can still match them in terms of gold.
Prismo barely dodging away from Mixtures engaged, does end up getting a little bit of safety help from Sagewabe, but was trying to get as much pressure on him ahead of this dragon fight. A soul point on a Chemtech soul would be huge for Pulse, and Lotus want to stop this momentum right in its tracks.
They really want to fight right now, and here they go.
They might be overextending, though. They don't really have their pieces here. Lotus get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and Ariandel stepping up to the plate with a killing spree.
Mixture understood the assignment, but not like that, man. Ends up dying, and Ariandel able to TP top to answer the play. Pulse, now they're going to be able to get to their second item spikes first, already on a soul point. They are feeling so good about their position in this game. Ariandel 3-0-1, the consistent late game carry for Polestar throughout their run in the summer split is looking strong.
And honestly, to overcome the adversity from that game number 1 against Robbie Bob, where he was getting so far ahead on the Smolder, they come out with the win, and now in this game, putting Robbie Bob in the dirt so far with this performance on the Corki. You love to see it from Ariandel. I know you talked about him in that game number 1, but deserving of the praise here in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I really think a good bounce back from him. This is what we needed to see from Pulse, because it was the biggest concern after that first one. Hoarder, though, I mean, I have to give this player so much praise. Even after getting taken down in the early gank in this game, he has been getting the better of Porsche. It was our 3rd team all tier 3 top laner was Porsche, and on my ballot and many others, I had him actually a 2nd over Dragoon, who I still think it was criminal that he got first team, but that's neither here nor there. And Porsche had a great split, right? But, I mean, Hoarder, in the series where it matters, season on the line, stepping up big time for the team.
And I love a point that you brought up to me before the series itself was that, you know, Lotus had gotten a lot of the accolades throughout the All-Pro, and not at all on the other side for Pulse, but being able to have a series like this to kick it off, maybe upsetting all those would-be expectations.
Yeah, I mean, they were not the favorites coming into this tournament, not only because they bowed out in quarterfinals this previous tournament, but then they also had a substitution, right? They lose Azog, this veteran 80 carry that, you know, everyone thought would sort of take them to the promised land. It wasn't the split that they wanted. Oh, okay, and now they're subbing out for a true rookie, and Sagewabe has stepped up to the plate. The whole team has stepped up to the plate. They look way more in sync than they did throughout the summer split, and I mean, they are on the verge of a match point in an elimination game against a Lotus team that had, I think, for all intents and purposes, a very good summer split.
Robbie Bob forced to burn the flash there, was afraid to get caught out by Pulse, not realizing maybe where the rest of the team was centered around. Will say, though, Lotus have second item completions across the table here for the most part, especially with that Mortal Reminder completed for Dardoch, maybe a little bit more utility for him. Opportunity completed for Porsche, as well as the Frozen Heart for Robbie Bob. Robbie Bob is going to have a massive weight on his shoulders here in these fights as well.
If we can get a stack check on the dog, I would like to see where we're at. If I had to guess, he's probably got a lot. Like, he's been stacking pretty efficiently. Okay, 357, that's pretty good. Yeah, Robbie feeling good about his position in this game. But Lotus is not in a great position to fight in general. Ariandel, again, so strong. Will, so strong. The players that we asked to step up are online. Will, I want to talk a little bit more about him as well, Mazel, because remember, he's been kind of the prince of summer in the NACL, right? This time in Tier 3, playing for Polestar, had a very good split again, was barely left off that 3rd team All-Pro ballot in Tier 3, but has been one of the top performers so consistently for Pulse, and we mentioned it in the draft. Jarvan, one of his best champions, is able to have impact at all stages of the game, and so far, 5 of 6 KP, most on the team. It's been a really nice look right now for the captain of Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has been a massive influence to all the teams that he's been on, and just knowing the guy himself, getting to talk to him, he is hungry as hell. He wants to make this dream a reality for himself, and takes one step at a time here, and a promotion for Pulse would maybe be that step he needs, as he is on second item now as well, and have a lot more influence, and Pulse starting to come online as we have 1 minute and 15 seconds for a soul of Pulse that Lotus definitely do not want to give over. They will have the Rift Herald available, little distraction Carnifex style coming out.
I just want to see where Lotus goes. We've not really seen the proactive looks from Mixture. The one that we did was ill-advised, right? Right now, Lotus is just kind of playing catch with their waves, but Pulse is happy to play this game. And in fact, maybe even has a dive angle towards mid here. Will and Prismal are at least posturing for it, but the wave is cleared.
The fact that Dardoch still does not have his 4th mark, this champion, it's a big unlocking factor once you hit that mark threshold. His Rift Herald will be popped a little bit preemptively. They're going to try to crash it into the mid lane turret, try to take that one out. We'll just need one more love tap there. Luckily, they got the 6 grubs, and the swarm is unleashed, but Lotus trying to get prio in mid. Prismal has an angle.
Now, Lotus has been really good at slow playing these sort of sequences. Pulse is losing a lot on the top side right now, so Lotus doesn't have to go fast.
They do not. They just need to get some of the tools out from Pulse. Pulse want one big combo, want one big front to back here. Lotus just trying to slowly push their way down into it. Dragon is going to spawn now. Nobody wants to give up pressure. They're going to try to force the Baron hand.
Remember, it is a Chemtech soul, generally considered the weakest, so Lotus can't afford to trade this one for gold. And the Baron is what they want to go for because of the aforementioned pressure on the top side. Pulse going to be forced to respond to the play. As Porsche is already so low.
They can't do it. They can't do it anymore. They need to pull back the fight. Now Pulse has pulled their hand. Robbie Bomb is getting caught out. Robbie Bomb, he's still alive. That Pyroclasm does work on the back end. Basage Wabe already took down the big dog. And now Pulse, they're taking everything. Lotus fall asleep at the wheel. They lose everything on the map. And now Pulse are going for the Baron.
Did they fall asleep or was it pure panic? Lotus gets so chunked on the Baron, then Robbie Bob separates himself from the team. Pulse, even though they get taken low, not low enough. They're gonna get their soul, they're gonna get their Baron, and they are knocking on the door of a match point to continue their season.
Rally Cry Baron buff secured, a 4,000 gold lead, and knocking up onto Lotus as this is the look back. This is the catastrophe that Lotus unfolded for themselves.
I just don't get it. Lotus, they get chunked low by the Baron. In and of itself a mistake, but then are they turning or are they not? 3 members are running away, Robbie and Mixture are running in, and they end up getting punished big time. Lotus has not looked like the well-oiled machine that we knew them to be in the Tier 3 Summer Split, and I have to give credit to Pulse for how they've been able to punish this. I think Will and Prismal, as the playmaking duo, have been brilliant.
The decisiveness to find that angle there in the choke point, knowing that they didn't have any access to get to the team fight, and they don't have a lot of mobility on this team. I mean, really, the only one that does is Dardoch. So just being able to take advantage of those moments so huge as they are just destroying the map here, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, Pulse has everything that they need to win this game from this point. Hoarder is unanswerable in the side lane, up substantially over TC Porsche right now, nearly 2K as the individual advantage. And with the Baron buff, there's not much to stop this push. The wave clear from Lotus is decent with the brand, but it's not that good. And again, Pulse has a great 5v5 comp, so even if Lotus wants to fight, it's not exactly winning.
Hoarder almost just taken out Porsche there. He gets hit by a couple more of those needleworks, as we did get the TP back onto the map by Ariandel after he finished his back. Gonna go put pressure on top side. They don't need any grubs as they're doing serious work with this Baron buff. A massive Baron power play here for them as they've taken all of the outer structures of Lotus. They will end up being rebuffed as they try to go a little bit further, and you start seeing some of the potential of Lotus if they can catch out some stragglers. Dardoch trying to go for Prismal. Prismal dodging away from the dredge line. Mixture trying to get in range there. Prismal gonna flash away. Now it is Lotus who have overextended as Dardoch goes to the waiting arms of Hoarder with some scissors. He is gonna be bursted down, and the shutdown goes over to Porsche. Porsche may be overextending himself though. Pulse getting caught a bit in their positioning on that terrain.
Plus 12 and plus 850 right there for Robbie or no, it was Porsche that actually picked up the kill. this GP is getting Slingshot into a good position. He is by far the strongest member on his team. TC Porsche with the comfort pick needs to be the hero, but I've got to say, with the Rally Cry Baron buff, it was still a really efficient usage of that one by Polestar. They were able to take all 3 tier 2s in the blink of an eye, which is generally what you want to get with that first Baron.
I mean, that's what just slingshot their lead so heavily. And I hate to put more highlight on it, but Dardoch's still sitting at 3 marks. He has been
That's
unable to get his marks going for him. And that just makes this champion so difficult to have a big impact when you pick this champion to have that big impact itself. Now, we do have a little bit of time for Lotus. They will be on 3rd items, hopefully, for this Elder Dragon fight. But if they aren't ready for that fight, it might just be the nail in the coffin to this game, too.
Porsche well on his way to 4, but yeah, I don't know if anyone else on Lotus is even going to be able to get there. And they are really suffering because Pulse is there, pretty much. I mean, Hoarder has arrived at it, and with multiple components already in inventory towards that 3rd item spike, everyone gets there. It's just going to be so hard for Lotus to approach. Right now, just trying to fight back for some control over their bot jungle. Again, I think around these neutral objective setups, Lotus has actually been better at playing on the waves than Pulse. Pulse has just been out executing in the actual team fight itself. So, you know, maybe there's a way in which Lotus can look to find a favorable setup and finally convert on a play for themselves.
They want to try to find something on bot side.
Prismal is in
waiting
a
here. He
position
might
here.
have just baited himself into a death as
Whoa,
they are. Oh
look at
my
Hoarder.
god, that's double TPs. That's Pulse trying to pull the trigger here. Lotus, they realize something's gone wrong. Something's gone on the fritz. There's all of a sudden a lady with scissors right behind them. Lance respite coming out, but it's not going to be any respite at all.
Wait a minute.
The scissors have come. No, he gets golden. He's buying a lot of time. Sagewabe is taking down Mixture. The health bars from Lotus just can't hang, and the damage dealers have arrived. One by one, the mighty fall. Robbie Bob standing against Pulse, but there is nothing left for him. He gets one down, but Pulse comes out on top through the end.
And Pulse is able to stand tall yet again against Lotus. That fight looked good for just a second. I thought Lotus might be able to bring it back, but watch how much time Hoarder and Prismal are able to buy. It's Pulse that starts the play, but the engage isn't great, and I think Lotus honestly does a great job of consolidating here. And look at Dardoch with the Lamb's Respite. Robbie Bob is full HP. It looks good. But Hoarder goes golden, Prismal is tanky, and Sagewabe and Ariandel are able to arrive just in time to provide the DPS right as their top lane carry falls, and it means that Lotus simply doesn't have the health to survive the extended fight.
12 stacks, but what did it cost you, Lotus? Everything, as now they are trying to reposition out for this Elder Dragon fight. Pulse have backed. They have bought items. We have 3 item spikes for both Ariandel and Sagewabe, and that is something that is going to doom Lotus in these fights.
Yeah, and Sushi and Dardoch, they're not there yet. Robbie, sure, he's gotten it, but they're tank items. He's a Nasus. It doesn't matter anymore. At the very least is level 16, but Pulse, remember, they've got the Soul as well. 6,500 gold lead. They have a Summoner spell advantage on their 80 carries. This is nigh unapproachable for Lotus, but it's necessary.
Dardoch relying on his veterancy, relying on his timing, but he can't even step up. He's being taken out, and it's Pulse that pull the trigger. Maybe it's a little overzealous, though. They lose their front line. Now the Pyroclasm is doing work on everybody. Hoarder goes forward, takes one down. The Elder Dragon secured by Pulse, and that's what makes the difference. No Smolder in game number 2, but the executions become the same, and Pulse have upset everybody as they push Lotus to match point.
Are you kidding me, Polestar? No matter how tough the going gets, they are still doing it. Sagewabe this time around, the 80 carry that nobody expected. 7-0-1, cleaning up the fight and putting themselves on the brink.
What a play, what a cleanup, and what a performance for Polestar. Everything going their way, and a 10,000 gold lead to put the cherry on top this game number 2. You have to be reeling if you're Lotus right now.
Yeah, I mean, that game was crazy. It all started early on as it was Prismal sending so much attention towards Robbie, right? We said that it was Lotus's mid jungle that needed to get ahead. Robbie starts slowly falling behind. He's not able to play the game he wants. In turn, Dardock's not able to play the game that he wants. And Pulse was able to convert. They are out executing in the team fights with a rookie AD carry subbing in for this promotion tournament.
We'll give a nod of the cap here to Sage Wabes. He does claim our player of the game, the cleanup specialist, coming in when the times needed him most in those fights, and coming up clutch on the Ezreal. A ton of, honestly, praise needed for the entirety of this Pulse roster. Everybody had massive impacts, but the fact that the damage dealers showed up when they needed to, a massive performance for them.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot give enough praise. The position that you're put in as Sage Wabe to come into the promotion tournament with your team's hopes and dreams for the future on the line and do what he's doing is incredible and cannot be understated. This is what promotion tournament is about. This is where diamonds are born of pressure. And Pulse, they are currently a diamond. They're up 2-0.
I mean, it's incredible to watch, and honestly, in a best of 5 that is your season life on the line, that doesn't even mean you get that spot in an NACL. You still have a whole nother best of 5 go to. Momentum is extremely key, and right now all the momentum is in Polestar's favor. We'll see if there's any life left to give for Lotus. As we step away for a break, we'll be back for game number 3.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL 2025 Spring Promotion Tournament presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel, and joined by Hawk. And what two games we have in front of us are Polestar dominated as Lotus find themselves backs against the wall, their season on the line, and their promotion contention on the line as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus, the favorites coming into today. Polestar, a team that had low expectations for their promotion run, are one game away from a chance against AoE Esports to punch themselves a ticket to 2025 NACL. It has really been a wild ride. This team has stepped up, I think, like we have not really expected, and they deserve all the credit for how they have stood tall in the series through what have been two fairly competitive games so far.
As I do believe we're going to take a look at that last game as well, especially with the way that it went down. It really was, honestly, Lotus trying to throw a wrench into the works that just didn't work, and a pretty stock standard style coming out from Pols.
Yeah, honestly, they saw what Lotus was doing, and they're like, we're just going to play front to back. So I believe we have the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost to pull up, and we can see that once again, it was a pretty close game for a very long time. However, Pulse was generally in the driver's seat, and the big story is that Dardoch has been kept down in this series, and I think that is something that needs to change if Lotus is going to push to a potential reverse sweep. Dardoch just 2 days ago against Dragoons Goons in the big upset win for this Lotus team, when it combined 9-0 and 30 over those two games. He was second place in the MVP voting for Tier 3, as well as a pretty overwhelming victor of first team all Tier 3 jungler. We have not seen that player really on display throughout today, and I think Pulse deserves credit for their game planning and how they have attacked Lotus's mid jungle. But I mean, if we're gonna see more than 3 games here today, things need to change.
Yeah, something's got to give for Lotus, and it all stems to that mid jungle that has consistently found them advantages for them to play off of. But we've seen kind of a fluctuation in where those power strengths are for Lotus, and Pulse have been taking full advantage of it. And it has been in different ways, right? Like, you look back to that game number 1, Lotus had it firmly in their grasp, and they just got it completely knocked out of their hands. And in that game number 2, I don't know if it ever was really in their hands in that case. So trying to pull information away from those 2 losses and move forward is super important. And that's where you can rely on some of that veterancy that we've talked so much about for this team.
Right, and that's the thing. They need to prove that they can still stand tall, that their veterancy can deliver them wins. Those first 2 games, it's a best of 5 for a reason. You can afford to give those up in theory. Now's the time. Try to turn things around and push towards that reverse sweep.
As we get into it, we are going to be starting up the picks and bans for game number 3. Lotus have chosen red side, and I just want to highlight we are in the full Omega Fearless Overdrive setup, as all the champions we've seen in the first 2 games are not on the table here as we go into game 3. Pulse maybe trying to change up some of those bans, trying to figure out what works for them.
Yeah, but gonna continue with the Ivern ban, denying Dardoch is 100% win rate champion. Maybe Dr. Mundo gonna hit the ban list as well, perhaps feeling daring. I think the red side adaptation here is interesting though, because I wonder if this is an R5 angle for Horsch. He has been counterpicked both games, and that has been a problem both games. And we've mentioned some of the inconsistencies that Hoarder has in the past. We've not seen them so far today. Maybe a counterpick is what Porsche needs to try and move the narrative back in his direction.
We're going to see the same bans as we go down, though. It is also going to be the primary focus of that Aurelion Soul. The Mundo also rejoining that ban table. So not prescribing to the necessary let some power picks open so that when we get to game 4, game 5, it does change those up. Maybe just trying to get as many advantages as they can here as often as they can, as it will be the Varus also banned yet again.
And I think in this third game, Zeri is looking like as juicy of a pick as it ever has. We've, at this point, got most of the major power picks off the board. Zeri has been surprisingly absent. Also, the Rel Alistar that I talked about last game. Those are ones that I'm expecting to be prioritized early and often here in this third one, perhaps with 1-2 picks.
if Lotus do not ban Rumble here, I think Pulse are trying to play a little bit of a chess game, as they did leave that one open. They banned away the Udyr.
And you don't want to give the Porsche.
Something that you... Yeah, and you definitely don't want to give it over. All right, so Lotus do not fall for the bait, and they are going to take away the Rumble.
Yeah, like, you don't call Pulse's bluff on this because everyone knows you don't give Porsche Rumble, right? So Hoarder must be willing to play it, but the Ashe was left up. This has been banned in the first 2 games. I forgot about this champion. It's a good utility-focused carry. Not only that, by the way, if we're feeling like going back to like 2022 stuff, totally could be a Prismal Ashe.
It could be, but that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that utility from that bot side with the hawk shot, so important. And again, the chess games are being unfolded here with our full fearless style. Love to see it from Pulse. Now the answers 1 and 2 gonna need to come out from Lotus. What do they want to go with? I will say that kind of APC did not work out last time around. The Ziggs, though, maybe a little bit of a different name.
This is an interesting one, though. I believe this is the first career Ziggs for Sushi, the young AD carry of Lotus, a player that has so much hype surrounding him coming up here in 2024. A lot of responsibility now on him to make it work with another champion. I think this is a great pick into the Ashe. You've also got Dardoch going to the Vi, one of the most normal champions he's played this entire split. Lotus has basically said, all right, enough talk, enough screwing around, season on the line. We got to do something.
A reverse sweep is what is needed at this point, as getting any kind of combo for that mid-jungle duo now very, very crucial for Lotus before they go into that second phase. The Rel finally coming through, and it's in a clutch moment for Pulse, as they will have the engage-centered composition in the bot side.
Yeah, I think Rel's super good. One of the best supports on the patch. Now here's where things get interesting. Alistar is the really obvious pick on 3 here for Mixture, but he doesn't really play it, at least not on stage. Mixture, can you play the Alistar, or do we go a completely different direction entirely?
Will just took everything in his hands with that Viego pick, a classic one for him, something he loves to take when he knows he can try to wrestle control of the jungle itself. But they have a very particular style of carry now as well, with Will needing those resets in the team fights. The Alistar does end up coming through there for that supportal matchup.
Yeah, I like the Alistar pick a lot right here. AD carry focus for Robbie Bob now is going to be a big thing. Corki already not available, as well as the Smolder. Those are typically played in the mid lane. Still Evolution. That is a really big pick. I think Pulse should ban it. Everything else, to me, feels a little bit suboptimal. I think Zeri is the next one on the tier list that he could go for. Also, things like Yone have been in Robbie Bob's wheelhouse. Who knows? Maybe he pulls out his career undefeated Pantheon. I don't know, spitballing here.
Hey, we'll just see what we get as the LeBlanc focus right now for Lotus. Just trying to take away some of that counterplay as well. The Yone does also get banned by Pulse.
Yeah, LeBlanc ban signals Yone to me, so Pulse, I think, wisely taking that one away. I think we get Zeri here for Robbie Bob. That's going to be my guess, unless we want to be really spicy and play like Yasuo Alistar here in an elimination game. Hell, Quid's done it. He bet his season on it both today and against Cloud9. Maybe Robbie's just built like that.
Maybe so. As a standard in tier 3, obviously a well-known name.
Should be
the
Lucian
Syndra is going to be the focus, though, as we take away some more of those AP mids away from Ariandel.
Yeah, should be a Lucian ban here. And so we get to pick between Yasuo and Zeri. That's going to be my prediction right here for Lotus. As for Pulse, though, I'm curious to see what direction they go. They already have a very pick-oriented composition coming online. They want to try to burn down an individual member of Lotus. Something like the Ahri maybe could make a lot of sense for Pulsar. The Talia ban also maybe pushes me that direction, but it's not very good into a lot of the AD carry mids, though. So it's not a lane-focused pick for Ariandel, and even in the last game, I think Prismal did a really good job of playing towards Robbie Bob to kind of bail Ariandel out. But Robbie has been getting the better of Ariandel in the 1v1s so far this series.
I will say I'm a little bit of a Tristana doubter.
I don't love it.
Especially since all
I
the
like
changes
Lucian
came
way
through.
more.
But Robbie Bob going to try to take the onus on himself, get Prio in mid lane, and have those resets going for his own right to try to counteract Will's resets on his side. Now, there's a lot left on the table, specifically looking at that top lane counter pick for Porsche as we get the Jax locked in for Hoarder.
Yeah, and I think it's going to just be like a Maokai. Oh, never mind. That's Fearless Band. I forgot it was played in game 1. Okay. Man, what do you even play here then? Oh, sorry. We have a Viego. Wow, I'm totally cooked. Okay, so what does Ariandel go for? I'm just going to kind of wait because my guess was the Ahri. Cassio would not be my pick.
Ooh, a little frigid today. I actually think into the Tristana, it kind of works.
This is
But,
really
we'll
interesting.
See.
Yeah.
We'll see. The counter pick has been utilized. It will be the Gragas for Porsche, so a lot of spacing ability for that pick. But we have to look and take a little bit of an introspective look at Lotus.
Okay. This is really interesting. The Lissandra was not what I was expecting at all. Would probably melt in the Los Angeles heat today, but fortunately, not live on stage. Ariandel going for the pick. Look, it makes a lot of sense. Pulse, they're packing a dive composition. They want to try to find individual members of Lotus. Get the reset for the Viego. Target access is not going to be a problem. The problem is that Lotus has a lot of zone control in their team. Alistar creating space, Gragas creating space, Ziggs and Tristana, both very self-sufficient carries. And I honestly don't know how the Lissandra does into the Tristana in the 1v1. I've said this already this series. I like Lotus's draft. I think it is very easy to play, very simple. However, execution has been a problem.
And it all comes down to this for Lotus. Backs against the wall, season on the line. A date with AOE on the other side of this series for the winner, and a continuation to try to book that ticket into NACL 2025. Pulse on the forward foot. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. It's PLS for Polestar and LTS for Lotus.
Jungle matchup going to be really interesting in this game. I think Will has been having a great series. We already mentioned Dardoch, not so much. Wants to hit that level 6, wants to become a playmaker on this Vi. Other things to note as well, the Gragas, a big classic for TC Porsche. He's played it a lot throughout his career to a lot of success. And then, of course, Sushi. I think a lot of responsibility on the young player here. Backs against the wall. First career game of Ziggs. Needs to make it count.
Predicting the mixture is going to be around that way. It's going to be an instantaneous flash out. He left alone for his fist bump, but he will have the Hex Flash.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Ashe. Mixture doesn't have to flash there if it's any 80 carry other than Ashe, but you can't outrun her, right? And so as soon as that slow
Approach
lands,
velocity, baby.
you're forced to get out of there. Yeah, it's a good rune.
It feels so good, dude. It feels so oppressive. You just get to walk at people.
It's so
and
funny.
they can't walk away from you.
I feel like
it's like making friends.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Amumu. Oh God, Amumu would love approach velocity. Yeah.
Right?
I feel like approach velocity is such a funny rune because there's like 5 champions that take it, but it's really good on those 5 champions. Like Braum, Olaf. They love approach velocity.
Oh, goodness. It reminds me of like Kleptomancy for Ezreal. All the runes that just had particular champions that you just really like to take it on. I do want to take a look, though, at the early pathing for both junglers. Important factors for both their teams. Dardoch will be giving a little bit of information over to Will, and that pathing for Viego is super important himself.
Ariandel with the early push, though. We were asking kind of how the Lissandra matchup would go into the Tristana. Well, it looks like Tristana likes the trades. But early push, I think relatively unsurprisingly going towards Lissandra. A lot of wave clear in the kit. And that is good, though, for Will. Again, if we're looking at this jungle matchup, he's not going to complete the full clear. Instead, maybe going to look to continue to make Dardoch's life difficult.
I mean, this is what you have to do as a Viego. If you find any advantage, it becomes so powerful. Oh, God, we're looking bot side. Sagewabe about to go down. Did have to burn the flash. Here we go, mid lane. Ariandel getting engaged on. Going to take the claw over. The explosive charge going to do a decent amount. Dardoch has been pushed out of his topside jungle. So now it's going to be Will that can enforce his will over this topside. Prismal going to catch Dardoch in the in-betweens. So he is by himself. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Vault Breaker will be charged. Doesn't end up connecting onto Prismal. Prismal trying to get over to Ariandel. Here comes Mixture, though, as Robbie Bob pushed out of mid lane. Will has come over as well. We're getting a little bit feisty here. As now, oh god, it's a little bit too overzealous here by Pulse, as it will be Prismal falling to first blood.
What is happening? I see mid laners hard trading while junglers are in between tier 2 turrets. Supports walking up and getting punched in the face. Ultimately, it's Lotus that gets the kill. However, Pulse did deny a little bit of CS, both off of Dardoch, with Will picking up a couple chicken tenders, and then Ariandel shoving Robbie Bob off that mid wave. I think ultimately both teams gonna be kind of fine with how that one went.
Hawkshot gonna come across, try to get a little bit of information there for Pulse. As it was
Still
actually
action mid.
Will looking back towards mid again. There was a bit of an invade set up by Lotus, but here goes the engage as Ariandel trying to get away from the explosive charge proc. Dardoch just going through, is going to catch Will there. Will looking for his reset. Prismal goes right back in. Is the engage onto Dardoch. This is a little bit insane though. Mixture is coming over, and the fact that Prismal has not hit level 3 is actually so massive as he just gets caught yet again. He's going to mount up, but it is not enough. Robbie Bob claims the kill, and now a 2-0 start for Lotus.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised engage from Prismal. I think Prismal's been having a great series so far, but he's Icarus, man. Like, just diving in level 2, Rel, Mixture's level 3. It's a guaranteed loss fight, especially when Ariandel had been chunked so low, and this time the kill does go to Robbie. That's where you want the gold. Lotus going to be pretty happy with how this early game has transpired.
And that's paying dividends, it feels like, in the confidence for Lotus, because they are the team that should have been playing this series with confidence. And those last 2 games definitely not leaning towards that. And here trying to get themselves off the ground, getting Robbie Bob some gold early is massive. But now we got to think about the pace of the game here, as Hoarder is going to be taking as much gold as he possibly can. Massive CS differential on that top side as well, but objectives are coming up.
I'm really surprised at how well Hoarder's doing. Remember, this has been the problem lane for Lotus. They decide to give Porsche that R5 counter pick to try to alleviate some of those pressure concerns. And I mean, Hoarder being up this much in what is considered a very stable and easy matchup for Gragas to play is really a tough scene right now for Lotus. Ultimately, this Jack's going to scale up to be a really big side lane menace. And I mean, Hoarder gonna continue to be a problem.
And that side lane, I don't feel like is going to be any easier. But we do have the grubs coming up, and it honestly has been a pretty important factor in terms of the early priority, early pressure. Although I will say Lotus getting the better of it both times and then also losing. Maybe they just stay away from this one this time around. But it is also just looking at the map states. Will is pathing up towards this way, and Hoarder has that push.
Surely Pulse actually gets Void Grubs this game because they have push in top, which didn't help them in game 1 apparently. But they also got push in mid this time. It's surely free. Question mark pings on towards Dragon. Dardoch actually not on towards it yet. Still level 5 on the Vi. Means playmaking potential is low right now for Lotus. But I think he was just covering his bot lane to get the push out before he starts it up.
They're just getting that trade going through, and honestly, Lotus will take that. I think their composition going to be very happy, especially with the early Infernal Dragon, but also just trying to get any stacking objectives for themselves. Scaling going to be an important factor for them as well. But that's where we could kind of talk about the teamfight setups right now, and maybe I'll highlight a little bit first Pulse, because if they start getting resets for their comp and the way they can start, it looks so difficult to deal with. There's going to be so many things to be watching out for.
Yeah, I mean, this whole game is going to come down to how well can Lotus keep Pulse off their priority members, because in the long fights as well, even though Pulse doesn't actually have a true tank, they have a lot of time buying, right? Like Lissandra, Viego if he ever gets a reset, Jax with the Counter-Strike, a lot of ways to just sort of slow down the fight, which means that Lotus wants to try to chunk members out before they can get in with the Ziggs, and then they need to create as much space as possible to keep Robbie and Sushi's uptime going, because as soon as that starts to fall off, that's where the fights are going to get very, very challenging. And, I mean, so far, this game is just completely even, right? Lotus, they got a couple kills, but Pulse is winning in farm, and we might be in for another slow one, similar to game 1.
That being said, we gotta start thinking about the fact that Pulse are trying to initiate a new monarchy here on Summoner's Rift. They have combined the King of the Shadow Isles with the Queen of the Freljord as Speaking of,
Trinimir's
another
gonna be
queen
very jealous.
is going to be, yeah, a little bit. As Robbie Bob is just getting fully locked down. And there you go. Monarchy combine, and Will, Ariandel, and Prismal make mid their home.
Yeah, I don't think Robbie Bob really appreciates the new power couple that we have on Summoner's Rift right now. That was tough. Nice arrow, though, from Sagewabe, continuing to make his presence felt in this series.
Really massive stuff all set up from that utility pick that they grabbed first. The bait that Lotus fell for, letting that one fall through, and a massive pickup early just signifies what excels for this Pulse composition. They can start the fight and they can finish it very fast.
Are Will and Sagewabe Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift? Will,
I guess so.
He's been in the game for a little while. He's achieved high heights. Sagewabe kind of new to the scene, right? You know, just coming in recently, but the camera keeps panning towards him all the time because we want to see him, you know? I mean, just saying.
Hey, if it works, it works. You know, I mean, I'm just saying the pieces fit.
Oh, no, Taylor Swift!
Sagewabe, what a flash. What a reaction there. Does get that one burned, but you'll take that as long as you don't die.
Nobody messes with Taylor.
I love the commitment.
Yeah,
we really
we're
got
going
some
for it.
Swifties in here. Although they did not go, you know, the Swifty boots, and that makes me a little sad. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not upset.
Wait, Swifty
You
boots
are.
on Ash? Is that like a...
no,
wait,
it'd
I
just be
get it.
really
Oh my
fun.
god.
Oh
I
my
can't
god.
believe.
Are
I
you,
can't
you're
believe.
the one
Yeah,
that brought us
I
here.
know. That was bad. Great. Okay, it's fine. Look, Lennon, it's been...
All that hair and it still went over your head. Come on.
Don't tell Gang Kids.
Oh no. Catching strays. Anyways, let's take a look
Pulse is up
at
gold.
the setup.
Look at that.
Yeah, hey, that's crazy. We're taking a look, though, at the map setup right now because there is the Grubageddon on the horizon here that Lotus definitely don't want to give over to this composition because as soon as you start winning these fights, you get these big pickouts, you can siege very heavily. So both teams positioning preemptively around this top side of the map.
Yeah, remember, Hoarder has been a huge issue throughout the first two games of the series in the side lane with a combined 1 Void Grub taken. 1 Grub Wonder, all of a sudden, he's already got 3. You do not want to give him 6. That is going to be even more difficult to deal with. Ariandel also up a level. Lotus does want to contest for this, but make sure he does not have ultimate until now.
Just got that one up. That one's actually pretty massive for unlocking that front line setup.
Going over.
Or Lotus. They just give over the grubs, though. I mean, you're getting Grubageddon over to Pulse. And that's all 6 going down. Sushi would have really loved to have some of those grubs as the Ziggs, and the Tristana would have loved to have it as well, but they're going to try to get a response with their own plates on bot side. The wave is not going to stay around for a long time, though.
Yeah, I mean, they deny Sagewabe, but I love that you bring up that point. You know, not only is Hoarder getting grubs to become a huge issue on the side lane, but the Ziggs tower pressure significantly reduced without those Void Grubs. Lotus does still want to force this, but Pulse is on the way with multiple members. I don't think they can dive this without risking their lives.
Be a little bit dicey. Feels like Lotus realized that. Ariandel. I mean, they just saw Will back because he was on a ward. Luckily, Ariandel does have the follow through to get out of there. Then giving a little bit of damage over to Robbie Bob, who will take prio there. We have Dragon coming up in 15 seconds. Maybe this means that Lotus can continue stacking that objective for themselves, and that will be massive.
Yeah, and Lotus should be able to take that fight for the Dragon as well. They've already got Sushi on towards the Luden's Companion, one of the first completed items on Summoner's Rift. Not only that, Hoarder, one of the strongest members for a Pulse, is going to be jailed in top lane. No teleport towards him. In fact, Porsche has his coming up kind of soon. I honestly wonder if the teleport advantage for Lotus could maybe tilt this Dragon fight in their favor if it goes long.
And that's something to kind of keep an eye on. A little bit of a side eye on. If that actually becomes something to play around. Porsche, though, in a lot of trouble. This topside Hoarder. I mean, he has the flash combo, obviously trying to pressure Porsche as much as possible here. Will not have that TP evening up, at least, for himself. But we are getting first item spikes across or both sides. And there wasn't that real preemptive setup from Lotus around the Dragon here. They are just now getting around to it.
Both the AD carries in this game are actually very weak. They don't have their first item spikes yet, but the mages in opposite positions do. So item spikes are even on that side, but it looks like Porsche's just going to be the threat.
Oh,
Prismal
he needed
doesn't
to stop
get
that.
him. Yeah, but
He really wanted to stop it.
they want the tower, so they're still going to get it.
So they'll trade that first turret over for the dragon. Would have been nice to get the kill on top of it all, but
Ping's on the
Lotus,
tier 2.
no slouches in their own right, are going to try to take this turret too. And they do get that extra gold to try to even things up here. And nice double dragon
They still want
stacking for
Porsche.
themselves. They really do. As he's going to use the cask on the wave, but there's another wave crashing immediately. And this tier 2 tower, that's a lot of standing gold for Pulse.
Yeah, it feels good. Pulse, really nice rotation from them. Again, talking about things that we didn't really see from them through a lot of the summer split, playing on waves. They're able to do it this time around. Ultimately, I think both teams are okay with how that trade went, though. First tower over to Pulse, as well as the tier 2, is a gold positive trade, but Lotus was at least able to equalize with the tower and bottom, as well as the dragon. Mid tier 1 getting taken off the back end, maybe even shifting it into their favor.
I mean, hey, utilizing some of the positioning on the map and just the kind of stick
This
and
is
move
aggressive,
nature
yeah.
of their composition is really big, but Will being there does upset the trend. He does have the Trinity Force. They will just start this one up, so Pulse taking their own objective up on top side.
Good lesson in tempo right there from Pulse. Understanding that the game functions on turns yet again. They thought about starting up that Rift Herald, but Pulse, while their mid lane tier 1 was getting taken, had already taken the reset, which means that they're going to be stronger coming back towards the fight. So Lotus, their turn was mid lane tier 1. Pulse uses it to get Herald. It's a very extended cross-map trade with Lotus winning out in bottom and mid, but...
Guys, somebody needs to get the eye, by the way.
Did they leave it? Oh,
guys,
no.
guys, hey, guys, guys.
That's tough.
Oh my God.
That's tough.
That's a little rough. I mean, it's not the end of things. It's just a little bit of a slip up there. I guess Will just really wanted to go farm that top side of the jungle, but that will be something to revisit too, because that was standing gold available on the map.
I mean, you also talk about the extended cross-map trade, right? Like, now, all of a sudden, the Herald take means nothing, so it's basically just the 2 top lane towers that Pulse got. And then Lotus
Rindell
trades
has
up the
been
Drake.
spotted. Oh, he thought he had the dupe on them, but really, he was the one being duped.
And well done. Dardoch able to get involved. It's another kill over to Robbie Bob. Lotus, they're starting to play a nice mid-game. Lennon, this is what we wanted to see. Still down about 1,000 gold, but I think their state overall is very good. The biggest question they still need to answer is, of course, Hoarder in this side lane with how strong he is, but Lotus is bringing members down towards his bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, if they can just keep catching him out, that is massive. They will see that he has made it out to safety there, though. Couple self-blunders by Pulse back-to-back. Put them a little bit more on the back foot, but it is still something where they have that very strong reset composition of it to utilize once these fights start kicking off. And that's why I want to look ahead a little bit to these item power spikes that we'll be getting. We will finally have first items completed for everybody coming in these next fights, but it's something where Lotus have set themselves up for success with the dragon stacking. Do we feel like they're going to be able to maintain that going forward?
I mean, dragon stacking has been really critical throughout the series. Remember, it's been Pulse that have picked those up in the first 2 games. And something I want to call back to from our previous couple games is I do think Lotus has played the objective setups better. Teamfight execution has not really gone their way, but better setups when you're the team actually with the dragons does mean you get to pick and choose your fights a little bit more. So giving Lotus that flexibility to use their setups, maybe just instead convert for gold instead of Drakes and win the game that way, perhaps a path to victory.
Let's see if that path remains open to them. They've taken their lumps and bruises so far. They will not have that tier 2 and top side to remain defensive up there. Side lane pressure from Hoarder will maintain constantly. Both top laners will have TP, though. We have about a minute till that dragon fight. Look at all the vision that Lotus have there. Definitely going to be something that Pulse want to clean up as much as possible. But you look at it now, and mid lane prio is going to be extremely important for this next fight.
Sushi should be able to maintain that. I mean, this is where the game and potentially the series is going to come down to. We know both these teams are going to want to challenge for this. Prismal, though, he's getting it started early.
He is. They're going to TP in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect. They get the Mega Inferno Bomb right back. They need resets, but they're not getting it yet. They found the back line. They found Dardoch. They just need one.
They got
and
Will.
Here come the resets Bow down to the frozen monarchy of ruination as they try to get it back. They try to get Robbie Bob. He's not going down. Hoarder trying to go over and get him himself. Has the leap strike available. Is going to go over the wall as Hoarder by himself. It is still Will and Ariandel that are down as it's a trade back and forth, but it still feels like Pulse maintains some control.
League is a game of inches. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe this fight is a 2v2. The setup initially is pretty good for Lotus, but Ariandel crushes this fight. We weren't sure what to expect from the Lissandra. He finds both Dardoch and Robbie, and Dardoch goes down. But look at this. Will dies. Can't get the reset fast enough, and that is what salvages the fight for Lotus. Robbie Bob is also able to find Ariandel on the backside and get away with it. How to Get Away with Murder by Robbie Bob, a great book that I all recommend reading because it's keeping his team in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he doesn't step back, that leap strike was coming straight for his face 10 times out of 10. Love to see that reservation, and now Lotus put themselves in a great position to go on Soul Point.
Wow, and I think they're going to get it. Pulse, they don't have control over any of their waves. Lotus is by the skin of their teeth still in this series. I still like their game state. Remember, the big question in these fights is how much time can Lotus buy? To be honest with you, it did not do a great job of it in the previous fight, but they got out of it. They need to do it better if they are to force a game 4.
They are going to have second item there as well for Sushi, who's going to have a massive impact on the Ziggs. Obviously, you really want that third item spike, but after, you know, the brand performance last game, trying to have impact in those team fights is super important, as Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go a little bit wide from Sagewabe, but you see what they're looking for. It's these in-between times that make this compositional strength from Pulse so strong.
Yeah, just like Taylor shooting out #1 albums every couple months. As Ash, just want to throw out some arrows. See if it's going to hit triple platinum or perhaps enemy AD carries. That's always going to be the way with this champion, especially when you're playing the reset comp where a single kill is Pulse can break the game open.
We're going to try to trade as much as possible in the Porsche. Porsche is going to have the stacking timing. The Rod of Ages going for him. As Pulse still looking for things on this top side. We also just got second item for Robbie Bob, the Navori. He's going to be there. And that actually might be a nice little spike for him as he comes back out. It's still topside contention coming through as Pulse are moving over. Oh, God.
Okay.
Mixture just goes right in. Gonna pop the Unbreakable Will. Now it's going to be Prismo going down. And here comes the onslaught. Single target damage is what Lotus thrive on. Ariandel caught out. He's not going to go down. The Buster Shot saved him. And now he flashes. The slowdown isn't enough. Beautiful volley from Sagewabe. He will have the ultimate coming up available as well. But Lotus, they're pinging onto the Baron. Maybe they just take the tempo right into their hands.
Now this is aggressive though, because Hoarder and Ariandel both have teleport to rejoin. Hoarder doesn't even need to use it. I don't think Lotus can do this. Maybe they just want to play for the fight. Turn on to somebody. Okay, they got the teleport and they're going to back away.
Hitting the TP is big though, as just taking some of those tools away from Pulse to dictate the map pressure is massive. Now, it is also Ariandel on a second item. The Rise and Focus has been completed. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not dodged out of this time. Sushi is locked out. Sushi's in trouble, and he's going to be eaten up there by Ariandel. They're under a tower now, and they're utilizing this comp to just continue pushing in. The 6 grubs paying off hugely for Pulse.
That's a really big kill. Not only do you take down Sushi, but you get the mid lane tier 1, making it that much easier to contest for this dragon in 2.5 minutes. They got the flash off of Sushi as well. Mixture tried to disengage for his AP carry, but Hoarder got in first. The headbutt went wide. Alistar caught air, and now Pulse opening up the map, opening up a gold advantage yet again.
Every little bit just seems to be falling in Polestar's pockets. We're going to have second item for Sagewabe as well. The Phantom Dancer completed, and it's still going to be Lotus looking for a little bit of stable ground to stand on. We saw a little bit of a flicker of that hope, right? If Robbie Bob can help take down these single targets one by one, Lotus's comp can excel.
We've seen how good the fights can be when Lotus's backline is untouched. But that's the big trick, right? We've now seen a couple where Sushi or Robbie have gotten jumped on. They've not been able to hit the way that they want. But, you know, in the one around red buff, it was Prismo going too far forward. Pulse lost that backline access. But none of that matters now. It is going to come down to a soul fight in a minute 15. Lotus maybe going to want to try to get something started earlier as they're spotted.
Just trying to find as much pressure as they can before this kicks off. They realize that maybe they aren't in the very strong piece that they need to be to overcome Pulse's entrances into their backline as well. But this is also thinking all these known names, all this veterancy, even the new names in Sushi and Mixture. I mean, their season's on the line here. Something's got to give. They cannot let this one go quietly.
That is a good chunk by Porsche. Ariandel does not have the teleport to rejoin any of these plays. Lotus, they're going to use that and the control that Porsche has in bottom to take this Drake area. Again, season on the line. Everything for Lotus can be decided right here. They do not want to get swept out of this promotion tournament. Not after the season that they've had. Such bright futures on so many of their players. A lot of veterancy on that top side that we've mentioned. 2 items on basically everybody that it matters. Porsche about to get that cash out on the Roa as well. Ariandel, though, he's very, very, very strong in this Lissandra.
Okay, Wabe is a little bit low. Going to try to heal up as much as possible. As it is all about mid lane prio right now. Neither team really trying to function through that bottom lane. They are moving Ariandel over that way. This dragon is of utmost importance for Lotus. Pulse can not really give this one up either. So a Chemtech Soul would be huge.
Sushi has no flash, and we talk about time buying for Lotus. That could make things more difficult. Lotus spreading out like this, maybe. Oh, they spot Ariandel with the super crab.
That's huge. They're going to just collapse on him. Ariandel trying to get to the rest of his team. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Now it's Pulse in prime position for this dragon. A nice separation from Porsche, making that 5th pick maybe matter. But here come the reset.
They got Will.
Will can't get it. He's down as it's Lotus who have picked Pulse apart one by one. And it's Robbie Bob who steps up to the plate and hits a home run.
And Robbie Bob and the rest of Lotus, I think they might just be able to save their series right here. Chemtech Soul in their sights, 4 members dead, maybe even a Baron to boot. As for the second dragon fight in a row, Will was not able to find his reset, and Robbie Bob, the carry that was promised with this University of St. Thomas topside, is doing it.
7-1-2 on the Tristana. We had our doubts, but the fact he's able to masterfully execute these fights is massive, as now Lotus find themselves in a bit of an advantage. And now they also take that Baron slowly but surely. Mixture needs to be a little bit careful to take a little bit of extra time, but the Rally Cry Baron buff secured by Lotus. Pulse are going to go try to deny this Soul.
Yeah, Soul may be denied, but the Baron definitely the prize here for Lotus, as this fight was so crazy. But the spot out on Ariandel was big, and watch Porsche dodging the arrow, creating space with his body, and then the cask to just break up Pulse. Will, Ariandel, Sage Wabe, they're not able to follow up on this engage. Even though Will does ultimately get in, he gets deleted, can't find the reset, and from this point, Lotus is able to consolidate their battle lines. Robbie gets a triple kill. He has been the top performing member of Lotus throughout this series, and it is finally paying dividends.
And just the know-how to realize that Pulse have a very one-dimensional style. They need to get a kill, they need to get resets, then they proceed from there. They have been able to deny Will every time with the cease and desist from Dardark, with the CC chains coming out, and it has been the big difference maker in a lot of these fights, in that momentum that Lotus now have with that 3,000 gold advantage now, and they still have a minute and 45 on the Baron buff.
So many clutch spell usages, and now they've got themselves that advantage. They need to continue to open up the game. Porsche is the target, though.
They tried to go for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Frozen 2 coming out. They will be able to just lock him down, though. The cask coming through will be able to get him a little bit of time, but still eventually taken out. Now a inhib turret will fall in favor of Lotus as they're trying to take down this inhib too. Ooh, Dardoch trying to play a little bit with the backs coming through there, but it will be the inhib going down.
Does Pulse try to collapse onto them? No, they want to go for Ariandel instead. Here comes Robbie with the teleport. Ariandel wisely backing away. But what about the counter
It is
punch?
chaos. Sushi is all by himself. Somebody's got to save him. Hoarder's trying to get over the leaf strike, but can't do it. Here comes the re-engage, and the Mega Inferno Bob coming back. Maybe this is exactly the moment. Robbie Bob going for the point. Ariandel can't get the resets. Here goes down Dardoch. Here comes the king and queen, and here comes the setup for Pulse as Will overextends. He goes for another soul. Robbie Bob is here, and he has all the gold, trying to get the resets of his own, but Pulse strike back, and they will make it out alive. Sushi and Robbie Bob are still chasing. The base is in tatters right now for Pulse.
TP into the base.
Oh my
Here comes
God.
Porsche. Oh my goodness, they're not done.
Cask out. Oh, it's not enough. He can't get the damage down. Maybe they try to push down, but this is Lotus with a desperation attempt to try to end the game.
I don't think they can. They should back away. They are outnumbered, and neither of their members that are down have teleport. Lotus in a 4 versus 5, try to turn it around onto Pulse, and it almost worked, but everybody got away on 1 HP. Hoarder ultimately died. Mid lane tier 2 will survive, and that is the Baron play from Lotus. It was getting that bottom lane inhibitor and the mid lane tier 2. It's good, but it's also not amazing. 4,000 gold, is that enough to close out this game for them?
I mean, 3 item spikes, 3.5 items now for Sushi. They will have a massive damage profile to deal with, and I think being able to utilize that is the biggest part for it. A lot of the setup is going to come from Dardoch and from Mixture, and so far so good on that avenue as they're going to try to use these 2 power pieces to push down a tier 2 and topside.
Big things that we do need to track from that fight are summoner spells. Sushi invested the flash in that play, but Robbie and Porsche will have theirs for the dragon fight. Probably the most important flashes on Lotus' side. Ariandel, though, about to have a very fashionable hat in his inventory, and with his Fedora of Doom and a flash, that guy's going to be a threat.
He is, and you got to think who he can catch out. It's going to be primarily Robbie Bob and Sushi.
How about Hoarder, though?
Now, they actually are going to try to catch out Hoarder in the side. They get the cask out. Dardoch going to come over. Hoarder getting surrounded right now, just trying to buy as much time, but there's nothing as a counterplay on the other side of the map here, and he's just going to be cooked alive by Lotus as they bring Sushi over to get that kill.
That's a bad death from Hoarder. No teleport, no counterplay from his team. Just gets caught trying to greed push an extra wave, and you can't do that. He's down for this dragon spawn, and now Pulse, they've got to look to cross map for what exactly?
There is nothing. It's they come up there. It's coming away with dust. Apparently, about a 5,000 gold lead for Lotus as they try to push down the remaining inhib turret in mid lane. It is going to be poor surrounding. Does have the cask available. Here comes the engage for Mixture. There comes the separation. Ariandel going to frozen to himself as he does get locked out. And Robbie Bob at the end of this game is going godlike. And what a trying of the times here for Lotus. We asked them to give us a little bit of life. We asked them to use that veterancy to make their stand in their season. And here they are with the final push. Here they are with the final dismantling of Pulse as the Nexus is laid bare. Lotus bring us a series as they take us to 2-1.
Lotus is able to do it. They will push for a game 4 as it was Robbie Bob and co leading the charge. They were able to execute in the fights when it mattered most. They did not fold under the pressure. Back to basics for Lotus, but basics were what was needed.
They are indeed, and it worked out beautifully. Gotta give huge props to Robbie Bob. The Tristana, a little bit doubtful going into it, but my God, he made this pick look good, and it was the decisiveness of this guy who is a standard in the Tier 3 scene.
Yeah, Robbie has been the best performing member on Lotus throughout the series, and we finally got to see return on investment. 10, 1, and 4 on the Tristana. I think it was a great adaptation from Lotus. A lot of attention thrown his way in Game 2. Lotus, this time around, they brought the house with their jungler, their support, got Robbie through the early game, and he became the carry that he was always meant to be.
And what a way to do it. Now, as we go into that next game, you have to remember that this second phase of bans are not going to be available. So there's going to be a lot on the line here and a lot of changes coming into the meta of this best of 5 as we're going to send away to a little break. We'll be back with game number 4.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL 2025 Spring Promotion Tournament presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Hawk, and we finally have a series on our hands as Lotus has woken up. They take a game, still on the edge of darkness here with their season on the line, but as we take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost, we'll see exactly how they clawed it back.
At the very least, Mazel, we're not going to go sweep in our 2 days of casting together, as it was Lotus that in another very competitive game, one that Pulse had slight advantages in, they were able to execute. And honestly, something that sticks out to me, we gave player of the game to Robbie Bob for his fantastic performance on the Tristana, but Sushi, look at that damage. We put a lot of responsibility on the young kid, first career game of Ziggs, to make it happen, and the 17-year-old got it done.
As soon as we started seeing the 3 item spikes coming along for this composition, you were like, all right, well, something's going to go boom, because they have so much damage between the two of them, and they utilized it very well. Robbie Bob was extremely decisive with his rocket jumps, but just consistently being able to pepper in the damage from that side is really big, and they were able to try to utilize that to just put pressure onto Pulse consistently in those team fights.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, is that they were able to execute in the team fights, taking out Will every time he wanted to reset. The jungler of Pulse that has been having a great series through the first 2, completely shut out of this previous game on the Viego pick. But it is still Lotus that find themselves backs against the wall. They must reverse sweep this series if they want their season and hopes of a 2025 NACL spot to stay alive. Otherwise, Pulse will be moving on to play AoE. And Ledin, we're getting into the fun part of Fearless now.
Finally, in our best of 5s, we are going to get to the distance that actually matters as we take a look at all the champions that are not going to be available in this game. And you also have to remind ourselves that the second phase of bans will not be available to either side as well.
Yeah, no second phase of bans, which means some of those more blind pick oriented champions perhaps a little bit less safe in the later phases. And I do think as we start up the draft, a point that I want to bring up is I feel that as this series progresses, if we go to a game 5, I believe that Lotus is favored by the true Fearless format. Players like Dardoch, Sushi, Mixture, Robbie Bob have all proven that they have very deep champion pools as throughout their careers. Pulse, bit more roleplay oriented, right? Ariandel, more of a mage specialist, right? Will, more of a playmaker specialist. So that could perhaps be a problem.
And we are seeing very similar bans already going into it. Obviously, Lotus on the blue side going to remain banning that Aurelian Soul. Then Italy also going to take up a spot here in the first round of bans for them, as the Ivern was also banned away by Pulse.
Nidalee is a really interesting ban. So that is in place of a Varus ban that we have seen go through the entire series. I wonder if it's perhaps threatening some sort of first pick Varus, but there's still other champions that we have seen permaban that can still be threatened. Rumble is the other really big one. We talk about deep champion pools for Lotus. The one player that does not have as deep of a pool is Horsch. It's largely been Renekton, Cassante, Olaf, GP, and Rumble. Those have been his 5 champions. We've already seen a few of them be played in the series. The big ones to me that are still up is Renekton, which has actually been surprisingly absent from the pick ban so far this series, and the aforementioned Rumble that has been permabanned.
And see if that actually makes it on through this time. The Varus is also gonna join that, as the Seraphine is also banned away. And finally, maybe the Rumble gets unleashed here, as it is lock-in for Lotus.
I love it. I think this is great. I'm actually very surprised that Pulse chose to ban the Varus. I feel like you take the Rumble side of the Rumble Varus handshake one way or the other. So I'm a bit surprised. It does mean, though, that they can take Zeri basically for free. And if it does go into the bottom lane, Varus, generally a very good answer into the Zeri, no longer available for Sushi. I actually don't really know what Sushi is going to go towards this game. Maybe Jinx is, or Xayah is kind of where we're looking on the tier list right now.
See exactly what we get down there. Who's going to be cooking what But right now we're cooking with lightning, at least for Pulse, as they will grab that Zeri that we've talked about so much about in this series in particular. But just trying to get some consistent focus around that is the more important factor. Syndra, also banned away against them last game, is going to come through for Ariandel.
Really interesting pick for Ariandel. Again, role players, right? Just getting a strong mage for Ariandel, something that he can be comfortable on. Try to neutralize Robbie Bob. It's been a problem. But what does Robbie go towards? Ideally, you would like an AD-oriented champion. It fits that Lotus playstyle, but it also synergizes with the Rumble. Something like, can you play Lucian into Syndra? I'm still waiting
play Zed?
for
Does he
Lucian
bring
to
it
get
out?
picked. Dude, if we get Robbie Bob Zed,
We get the Robbie Bob.
I'm gonna be honest. I know Robbie Bob Zed is a classic, but that's such an old school pick. I think he was known for that before I was casting.
Yep. It is the Amumu. We saw a ban towards it earlier on into the series, but it is locked in yet again, providing so much CC setup from the jungle position.
Could be a support as well. I'm expecting jungle for
could be.
sure, though. Worth noting, those 6 tank supports are all gone. That was our picks in the first 3 games. So adaptations for supports going to need to come through as well. Honestly, I'm starting to look at crazy picks like the Skarner that I mentioned for Mixture, or he's been a Blitzcrank enjoyer as well. Those kind of things could come out. Honestly, maybe an angle for the Xerath support into stuff like the Syndra, but I'm expecting Mixture to play something that I've never seen in my entire life. Ooh, okay, actually Senna's really good here.
Very true. We are going to be sitting through these bans, so we get to talk a little bit about what either team is setting themselves up for going into the second phase, as we do not have the second phase bans here. It is very obvious that Pulse are trying to go for team fight oriented, those kind of role player composition styles right now in a game 4.
Yeah, and for me, Pulse has identified that mid-jungle is perhaps where the series is going to be decided, right? We've identified why this matchup is so important so much, and it really has been whether or not Robbie Bob is able to play the 1v1 that he wants to against Ariandel. Because if he can, he will probably win it. But if he can't, that's where Lotus has struggled, and Syndra Xin Zhao, a classic 2v2 right here for Will and Ariandel to try to make big plays around that one. But Amumu and whatever AD carry Robbie decides to go for is really strong in its own right, though. And so I am very curious to see what Lotus has up their sleeve, whether it is a Yone or a Yasuo or whatever. But that is where their composition seems to be going. Meanwhile, for Pulse as well, the last thing I do want to bring up, a lot of responsibility being put on SageWave in the late game here. Sagewabe with the Zeri, he is sort of the insurance policy. The rookie AD carry is going to need to step it up here.
I love those moments, though, in a promotion tournament, to put a lot of weight on the newer pieces. Really, really fun to see. But I want to return to also a very important factor, not only in that kind of mid-jungle duo setup that we were talking about so heavily, but it is also about the jungle setup. I mean, you have literally one of the most known names in NA in Dardoch going against Will, who is trying to prove himself to get back to that position in NACL. A guy who was forementioned as like the next Kenvi coming through, and now he has his Xin Zhao. He has something he can take a little bit more aggressive stance on here. You'll love to see that as we get into the second phase of picks. You have to think what is on the line for these supports and how we want to counteract that 2v2.
And seemingly more responsibility being put on Sagewabe. I love this. Pulse with the opportunity to continue their series. They are investing in their guy. And I mean, I'm one of the strongest champions in the game. He is going to potentially be able to do that, especially Lotus packing quite a bit of a dive comp. They want to try to delete members. Pulse, though, no true tank. That could be an issue.
Oh, speaking of more dive, why not?
I hate it. I hate it.
Oh,
I hate
no.
it. I hate it. You have triple magic damage topside right now if you're Lotus, and Robbie has been popping off. Why are we putting him in Galio jail?
Maybe it's support. Maybe it's support. You never know.
That's a cook.
I guess we'll see
Galio
exactly
support,
what
that's
it
a
is
cook.
going to end up being, as right now we are looking at the Belveth. So a left turn at Albuquerque. Is Dardoch going to be taking a little bit more of the onus on himself?
Yeah, you could say that again. This is the most unexpected 4-5 I have ever seen in my life. So it's Galio mid with Belveth jungle and then Amumu support. So this does justify the Galio pick, right? It's no longer triple magic damage topside, and it puts Dardoch in a position to carry. Now, I will still say, Dardoch, in the previous game, we mentioned he needs to step it up. On the Vi, I thought he was fine, but it was Vi. This is it. On the Belveth, continuing to pull out the unhinged picks, digging deep. Dardoch has to get an early lead. He failed to do it on the Kindred in game 2. And look at this composition for Pulse. It is so stalwart. They have an incredible front-to-back 5v5. Nigh unbreakable. It is up to Lotus to disrupt the status quo and try to force a game 5.
You said to me at the beginning of this series, Dardoch can pick what he wants and wins on it. Now is the time more than ever for him to prove that statement is true, to prove that the veterancy is not going to slow down here on Lotus, that they can find themselves going to that Silver Scrapes and keeping their season on the line. As you said, though, Pulse have such a standardized composition. They look so terrifying if they're on even ground going into these team fights. Everything relies on Lotus getting some advantages for themselves as we head into it. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, if it's Lotus or if it's Pulse, and let's have ourselves a great game 4.
And I will say, Lotus, they have the tools to get those leads. Hypothetically, 3 winning lanes here. Sushi's Jinx should be able to outpush Sagewabe. You know, Lulu may be ranged, but the push power, not that great coming out from the champion. Porsche, obviously, against Hoarder's Orange, should have some priority as well. And although Robbie will get pushed in early levels, Galio, good means to trade back against the Syndra later. So Dardoch needs to be able to convert that into advantages. We identified that mid-jungle is going to be a focus in this game. Maybe starting early with Ariandel. He's posturing very aggressively.
Advantage toss with the CC chain. A little bit difficult there as he has 2 setups at Ariandel. He
He's
does
dead.
not want to burn the flash, and he is just going to die. First blood goes over to Mixture.
I do not understand that from Ariandel. His jungler is topside. You don't need to walk in right there. Not only that, he's going to have to TP back to this wave. So he dies, is going to lose the summoner spell, give Robbie Bob, you know, that free base should he choose to take it. Any pressure that Dardoch is able to throw towards mid in the next 6 minutes going to really be felt on the wave. Good start for Lotus in this game.
Seems like the people are feeling them as well. A little bit of the momentum shifting in this
These
best
votes
of
are all
5.
cheating. We should only count the ones that came in before Ariandel died.
But I don't know, though. It is something to think about, a little bit of that momentum shifting itself. And obviously Pulse with a composition that if they can keep themselves stable, very, very strong. But as soon as things start not going their way, this composition's not going to really have the oomph to continue pushing forward.
Yeah, definitely very true. Jungler's opposite side clears this game, though. So, very interestingly, Dardoch actually pathing up towards top. I wonder if the read is early pressure to try to just get Porsche ahead. Whether or not you even get a kill on Hoarder, as long as the Rumble can maintain a CS advantage, be comfortable in the matchup, you don't really need to get your Jinx going too desperately, especially against this very safe Jinx, Zeri Lulu.
We get level 3s completed for mid lane. Out of the week, gonna go a little bit wide there, but still getting some good damage as Will utilizing some of the vision that they had preset on this bot side after that level 1. Maybe get an angle into Robbie Bob and just go back to farming. Now the clear speed will be an advantage for Dardoch. Maybe he looks to get impactful early on.
Every single play in which Will or Prismal looks towards mid and doesn't actually kill Robbie is a win for Lotus. That was the biggest proponent to their victory in game 3. They have to keep their mid laner alive because when he plays the game he wants, he is playing a damn good one.
Robbie Bob, no slouch and no, I guess, lack of familiarity to playing some more supportive picks for mid lane. I know on his time with Evil Genius's challengers, one pull away he did have from that is he does wish he played a little bit more of his game, but did realize that playing for the team does pay dividends to some extent, and love to see that kind of growth, maybe some of that duality in this series itself. But here comes Lotus with the top lane gank. Hoarder gets the knock up here as the Porsche tank is not enough. It's traded 1 for 1 as it is Dardoch that gets the kill. That is big.
It's still better for Lotus, but Porsche would have really liked to have survived right there. Dardoch is full HP. Let your jungler tank a shot. I think Porsche just miscalculated the amount of damage that final shot would do a little bit. Either way, it's a kill out of the Belveth, who needs to get ahead. It is still a wave denied from the Ornn. It's going to make Porsche comfortable in his matchup, and no harm, no foul.
Robbie Bob trying to get aggressive trades onto Ariandel now that he's running out of mana. Also pushing the wave up so Dardoch has a free path down towards bot. As Dardoch will be spotted out by some good vision from Pulse. They will be able to utilize this information to try to at least keep pressure on the map.
Look at this. Will maybe tries to go straight top right here. I would actually need to see the top wave, but I think it's pushing away from Porsche again. Rumble tends to naturally push with his trading pattern, and obviously not having the flash from that previous dive. Okay, never mind. It's pushing into him, so he's totally fine. We can ignore everything I said. I thought Will might look to set up for a gank there.
Can't find anything on that side of the map. Just going to go back to full clearing as much as he can. Now there is a dragon spawning on the bottom side. I will say, as just a little maybe foreshadowing, I don't know, Hawk. If you're reading into result-based analysis, the teams that have gotten the grubs this series have lost. So I don't know. Maybe we just look at everybody fighting over dragon.
But Belveth, what do we do? If we stack grubs, we lose, but we need to become Void Mommy.
Definitely a goal and goals, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Superstition and logic, they combat really heavily.
Lennon, on like a scale of 1 to 10, how superstitious would you say you are? Like, do you have like lucky socks or anything like that?
No, I'm like a 3 or 4. If the coincidence becomes something that's maybe not a coincidence, that's where you start being like, okay,
I'm with you. I feel like I'm not that superstitious either. Although in high school band, I had a shirt I wore for every performance. That's neither here nor there. Because the dragon's being started, they know.
They know that they can get the re-engage here. Robbie Bob is going to get his entrance as here comes the re-engage from Hoarder. They're trying to get as much damage down as possible, but Pulse looking to fight. Nice double knock. Hoarder is just having a mechanical difference right now. Robbie Bob dies after he flashes. Sagewabe getting the big kill, and now it's Pulse looking at the dragon here potentially. No, they'll actually just back away.
Ultimately is a 1-for-1. Will was the one that fell for Pulse, so it means they could not do the dragon on the back end. And not only that, Hoarder got called down for the play, and even though he's able to get a kill for the team on the back end, Porsche never joined. The Rumble is so happy about that. Now Dardoch, he can become Void Mommy, as Prismo really wants to crash this wave, but Mixture does not want to let him.
There's a lot of minions there. He was not successful in crashing that one. We'll take a look back at this fight.
And I really do think Pulse just, I think, assumed that Lotus wants to play for the Void Grubs. Instead, Lotus joins, and it's just a really good engage. You can see why Galio and Amumu and Belveth are so strong early on in the game. They just delete Will. Now, this combo is gorgeous, but unfortunately for Pulse, they only get one onto Raubi. Their Zeri does get it. That is who you would like the gold to be on, but it's not enough of an advantage to, I think, really justify the rotation from their top laner.
Luckily, he is an Ornn, so at least they'll have impact as time goes on, but that has been what we've highlighted for Pulse, is they just need to make sure they're not falling too far behind, and I would say giving 2 kills over to a particular, maybe Void Mommy, as you said, might be a little bit difficult to deal with moving forward for Pulse.
Dardoch will, in fact, try to mother this game. He's not done it so far this series, so we would like to see it. Level 6 now on the Belveth. Obviously, getting that spawn of Void Grubs we already mentioned. Very impactful. I will say, I feel like Belveth was indirectly nerfed by just, like, Season 14 in general, because, hey, Void Grubs are great and all, but the 2 Rift Heralds, when you could just, like, kill a whole inhibitor with Belveth,
yeah, true.
That went pretty hard.
That was pretty cool. Now you get to drive it into the wall half the time.
I don't know if you saw this. In Spring Split, we did a whole content piece on Tier 3 called the Rift Herald Driving School, where it was just a compilation of all of the bad Herald driving we saw. It was a pretty alarming amount of bad driving. I don't know who these guys' instructors were, but man, it was tough.
What I love is it doesn't stop at any level of play.
No, exactly.
We were all literally the
together,
best players in the world are running their heralds into the wall. It's just everybody can just collectively say, yes, we know that that's how that works. As now Pulse going to try to take a little bit of the workings of the map right now and take an early dragon for themselves.
I would like to believe that, like, Dale Earnhardt struggled with parallel parking or something. Like, it's the same thing, you know? Everyone is learning to do it together. It's an unusual skill. But regardless, hey, unusual things happening. Dragon, first one taken at 9 minutes. So it is an extended trade of neutrals, but a very extended trade. That second pot o' grubs gonna come up much sooner than that second dragon, and Pulse does not really want to skirmish on the top side of the map.
And kind of looking back to the, I feel like, big focuses in this series. We've had a lot of pop-offs between the two newer bot lanes especially, but I think when you have so much pressure on you and you look to some of that veterancy we talked so much about, Dardoch having these early kills, having the early item spike now on the Bel'Veth, need to continue putting the pedal to the metal, and this is a guy who has represented so well for Lotus in the jungle position.
Truly. I mean, Dardoch, every time he plays jungle at this level of play, he's such a monster. Funnily enough, you know, him and Will, former teammates, by the way, from Mirage Alliance, because of the Dardoch role swap sort of shenanigans. But I really do think, you know, as great as Dardoch was at support, or you know, as good as he was, I mean, jungle is this man's main role. He's been first team jungler this split, as well as in 2023 spring with Team Fish Taco, failed to promote in that split as well, but was first team jungler as voted by some of the broadcasters and friends in the scene. So every time he plays at this level in this role, he's pretty nigh unstoppable. And I think credit should go over to former teammate Will for how well he stopped him in the first 2 games particularly. But this time around, maybe Dardoch starting to come alive.
Not holding back long enough. Hoarder falling prey. Gonna get flash out. Actually, really good timing there, but still getting locked down. Uses the unstoppable. Here comes everything thrown his way. And Robbie Bob comes up with the kill.
There should be like a metric for how caught out you are. Hoarder played that about as perfectly as he could have and still died very easily just because he was so far up. And now the rest of Pulse.
They're just throwing themselves into the meat grinder. What is happening right now?
Yeah, I can't understand that. This is the second game in a row where we're starting to see some pretty substantial positioning errors coming out from Prismal. Like, why are we there? Hoarder just died. Give the pot of grubs over, man. Instead, Prismal dies for it. It's another kill over to the Galio. So this mid jungle that needed to get ahead, unlike game 2, they are doing it.
Absolutely, and so far ahead. The fact that they're just falling prey to the CC combos, I mean, you should see it coming like a semi-truck down the highway. That is the one thing that they have going for their composition, is they can continuously CC chain you. Now Dardoch's in a little bit of trouble. He has found 2, has maybe a little bit of prey going through here. He's just going to fight his way out of it. Now Prismal getting low, and here comes the hero's entrance, as they've already taken one down as well.
They're turning
Dardoch gonna get the reset. Pulse trying to fight their way out.
They're
kiting! Now
kiting!
Dardoch's come down. He's dead as his wings were ripped from his body. Here comes Pulse, as it's now going to be Sushi trying to dodge his way out of that one, but cannot. And a double kill for Ariandel as Pulse come alive.
Oh my goodness, Lotus, they almost turned it around in a 3 versus 4, but ultimately it's Pulse that wins. Ariandel now 3 kills on the Syndra. I flashed the gold graph not long ago, and it was Lotus fully ahead, but look at it now. Ariandel and Sage Wabe, the 2 carries in the front to back team fight composition, the strongest members on Summoner's Rift.
The Syndra banned away against him last game, unleashed in game number 4, where full Fearless comes into effect. And what a turnaround from Pulse. Everything was leading Lotus's way.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus, it's just an overextension, first and foremost, right? They had already used their turn to get the grubs. They stay trying to get top tower, but just one wave too long. But Dardoch is so strong. It looks like they might actually be able to turn this around. Robbie Bob is doing a brilliant job of creating space as well, but Sushi's just not strong enough. Dardoch gets skill buttoned as he tries to re-engage the fight, and as soon as that Scout of the Week lands on a Sushi, the fight is over. The Jinx doesn't have enough damage, the health bars get burned down, and now Pulse has equalized the gold against the early game comp.
Now, no moment to wait, as we will have the Rift Herald coming up. Lotus still feels strong with the amount of CC they can just throw the way of Pulse. They need to utilize that. They will have first item spikes aplenty here. There's a dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Will be a second one for Pulse. Lotus going to start up the Rift Herald.
I'm expecting these teams to trade these objectives. Although, as I say that, be some topside focus coming out here for Pulse. Now, okay, they are going to go down towards the Dragon Velvet. Be more than happy. Take the Rift Herald. Lotus really wants to open up the map. Pings onto the top lane tier 1. They might try to go for 2 towers here. Honestly, maybe a world where they play for 3. Pulse is quite behind on this objective.
He took the eye. He did it.
Oh, thank God.
We got it. Not making the mistakes that Pulse made last game. But no, being able to use that to get a little bit of standing gold on the map, super big. As I was wondering if they maybe try to use it to just snowball this top side. That second dragon secured by Pulse will set them up for success as they go. Now Lotus sticking around for a tier 2.
Sage Wabe is still bottom. Pulse, they can kill your base. I genuinely think Lotus has an angle for 3 towers here.
Here comes the re-engage from Hoarder.
Oh, they're fighting.
Catching out Sushi. Oh, what a beautiful stop as Lotus stopped Hoarder in his tracks. The equalizer coming across. Curse of the Sad Mummy right on top of it as the equalizer does its namesake. And is Lotus running away with this top lane fight as a triple kill comes across for Sushi. They're looking for a tier 2 tower up here as well. The back has come through from Sagewabe. They're slowly going to take this one down, and the gold lead right back in the grasp of Lotus.
And Lotus finally takes their moment. It's Sushi, the young gun ADC. He's now big. 3 kills on the Jinx, richest member in the game. That is what you want if you're Lotus. It is now his time to come alive in the team fights, much the same as he did in game 3 on the Ziggs. And I have to question that play from Pulse. I get it, you want to defend, but they made the call to keep Sage Wabe bottom. And without their Zeri, that fight is at best a 4v5. Lotus, they punish up 2k.
Gotta have the damage pieces in the right positions for Pulse, and they find this game slipping away from them. They find this series slipping away from them as Lotus have taken the momentum from that game 3 and definitely used it to continue pushing it forward here in game number 4. The fact that we have a couple items that are going to be very close to completion for Sushi and for Dardoch. They'll be able to continue taking these fights. Not to say that Pulse, as time goes on, aren't going to be strong, but it's definitely in the driver's seat for Lotus right now.
They have their gold in all the right places. I mean, maybe Porsche is a bit further behind than they would prefer, but he's still fine. And Sushi and Dardoch are so big in this game. I will say, too, to talk about, some of the inconsistencies that perhaps we've seen from Pulse throughout this split. Hoarder not looking particularly comfortable on the tank. Much more of a carry-oriented top laner. Playing for team, not working out quite as well. But the game far from lost for Pulse, and they're going to try to get something back right now.
Hoarder looking for it. Polymorph comes down onto Porsche. He's locked down, taken down. Lightning Crash going to come through. Here comes Dardoch, though. And here comes Robbie Bob. Big AoE damage. Nice little engage. Though now, Mixer needs to be a little bit careful. Ariandel coming over to the side as a ton of poke damage to put on the Sushi. It is going to be Pulse just trying to defend this outer tower. Lotus looking for their in.
Ultimately, just a single pick going the way of Pulse, but Lotus, they have health bar advantage. Here comes Robbie.
Robbie Bob gets polymorph. It's really Dardoch that you have to watch out for, though. He's got all the damage now. Robbie Bob, having utilized everything he has, needs to back away. Still very tanky as the front line would be for Lotus. Dardoch just continually trying to find the pressure points.
These fights are so close. You can see how difficult it is for Lotus to dive on top of Pulse's composition. Hoarder buys a lot of space on this Ornn. He will be very tanky later on into the game. Prismal adding to that EHP and time buying ability. Ultimately, it's a 1-for-0. It's Will that picked up the kill for Pulse. It doesn't really mean too much, if I'm being completely honest. It's a kill, and we're going to reset. We're going to fight for Dragon in a minute and a half.
And would be a soul point for Pulse. Really huge. Obviously, it is the Cloud Soul, so maybe not as much importance, but honestly, with this composition,
Cloud's kind of nice,
be a little bit more. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Trying to deny that from Lotus, I think even more importantly so.
Yeah, against the dive comp, any additional kiting and movement speed as well can be big. Ariandel is very caught.
Oh, they're trying to make the play. Yeah, Ariandel is getting caught now as well. The CC not going to find him. He does at the end. And the shutdown comes over. Here comes the Queen. Dardoch in multiples as now Porch gets the kill as well. And Lotus strike at the overextending Pulse.
A few times this series, we've seen Ariandel or Hoarder, one of the soul lanes of Pulse, just up in a lane, not really respecting the collapse that can come through. And Lotus, big time punish. They don't just get 1, but 2 kills for their trouble. Now they will be up for the dragon, but I mean, whole setup is going to go the way of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, they have all they can ask for to get ahead of this one and deny some of that stacking from Pulse. You will have the redeploy out from Pulse themselves to try to get out this way, but Dardoch so ridiculously strong now, especially with that stride breaker completed. It's Lotus moving around mid lane and Mixture ever the terrifying little mummy.
Can they just go on Hoarder
That's
right
bold.
here? His TP
That is
very
bold.
close.
I mean, you are not that tanky, my friend. He goes unstoppable. Nice triple knockup. Maybe it's just enough. The re-engage comes through. Pulse, they feel it. They feel that lifeline coming alive, but Dardoch gets the reset. He will end up falling now. Look at Sagewabe. He is so massive in this fight. Robbie Ball going down as well. The big catch out with his power unleashed. Ariandel and all of Pulse will put down Lotus leaf by leaf with a quadra kill for the young gun.
Sagewabe continuing to rise into the promotion tournament, the star that no one expected for Pulsar, as Hoarder with one of the most unhinged teleports I have ever seen. But Lotus piles in onto him, and that is not the member you want. Sagewabe free firing. Sushi got found by Will, and once Sushi's gone, the damage from Lotus isn't really there anymore. Dardoch's out of the fight, and it is all on Sagewabe and Ariandel, full HP, chasing in, finding their kills. Now with a Baron in hand, they want AoE.
Even up 21 minutes in, and what a step up from Sagewabe. I mean, we said it from the draft. This Zeri pick was going to be pivotal. It is Lotus that pick up the pity prizes of the Dragon to deny Pulse from continuing to stack that one up. But 5, 0, and 2, almost on 3 items for the Zeri. And we also have Ariandel getting close to his.
And I need to re-emphasize how improbable of a promotion run this is for both Pulse and Sagewabe in particular. Nobody had this 80 carry on their radar coming into the season, coming into the split. He's been a substitute for Pulse all year, and I do have to say, owner of Pulsar, Jules, got to talk to her a little bit about Sage, and she said that he chose to stick with this organization even when it didn't necessarily benefit him. He could have had starting positions elsewhere. He wanted to be a substitute for Polestar, stuck with the organization. They all believed in him when it came time for the promotion tournament, and he is doing it in this game. 5-0-2 on the Zeri, 3 items completed. They are primed and ready to take over with this Baron and potentially win this series.
What a step up. And these are what these kinds of promotion moments are built on. Obviously a long way to go. Still a looming threat of AoE over the horizon to try to book that ticket for 2025. But the fact that you can continue pushing here in the lower bracket and the way that Pulse have done it against Lotus, obviously still a lot left to give. And Lotus are not going to go quietly. We've already seen that with the last game, and here they are trying to position around mid lane. They just need to try to use this CC comp to get some pick outs.
Let's remember as well, the gold only has been equalized with this Baron, and Lotus is doing a great job of clearing out the wave. Still only 1 tower taken this entire game from Pulse. Not only that, soul stacking was denied by Lotus. So things are still very tense. Again, Pulse, though, they have a great team fight composition, and they want to go for it.
Oh, Sushi getting caught out here. Power is unleashed, and that's just the only outplay button you need. Ariandel also getting very close to his execution mark with his own stacks. And this is where we bring up the conversation from earlier. If Pulse are at an even game later on in the game, that is not the position you want to be in as Lotus, and you're starting to feel that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think Lotus can fight until they get the Mortal Reminder onto Sushi, which he should be building third here, because this Jinx is not getting through priority targets fast enough. Will and Hoarder buy so much time in the front line, and as we have seen, Lotus has not really been able to achieve the full dive onto one of the carries of Pulse.
Another problem is those ornaments starting to come online. The shield bow already upgraded for Sagewabe. We'll be on second item there for Will as well. Lotus trying to get a little bit of the standing gold on the map itself as they take down some of these outer turrets. But it's all these in-between moments that matter most that are going to lead to these back-breaking fights as we get to it. So let's talk about how Lotus find these fights. They need to pick somebody out, get a reset for Dardoch, and get that evolution there, and continually focus a single target, it feels like.
But it's so hard because those single targets are an Ornn and a Xin Zhao. Yeah, it's an uphill battle, but I mean, hey, on paper, everything is still very close. Lotus, I mean, I'm going to be honest, it feels like they do need a miracle to save their season. Pulse is in position to win this game. Their soul is spawning in a minute 15, and they are doing their due diligence, walking in as a team to set up the wards, control the space, not allow Lotus in to contest.
Trying to catch on the choke points. Super important. Hoarder always looking for the long distance engage. As Lotus struggling to find ins into this pit. This would be soul point for Pulse. So there is still a little wiggle room if you want to give this one. If you don't feel confident stepping up from Lotus. That looks like it's going to be the case right now.
I mean, really, the 80 carry item difference is what makes this fight so scary for Lotus. Like, Sushi is so far from his third item. Sage Wabe, he's been there for a while. And not only that, one of them is an ornament. This 80 carry differential is just massive in terms of the items. Portia's looking, but who's collapsing on who?
Oh, goodness. It's a double. Oh, Porter missing that one. Okay, well, there goes Mixture. He's a little bit over ham now. Here comes the heroic entrance. As now damage is done. And Pulse are losing their front line. I don't even know what happened. As now
Robbie?
It's a flash play from Robbie Bob. Going to be immediately responded to by Ariandel's flash. But this is Lotus setting up for a dragon.
That's the jungler down. Will's not here, so Pulse has to give. Okay, Lotus, they're staying alive in the elimination game. They find the critical kill, and things will continue. Now, still doesn't really favor them, but they've not lost yet, and that's the most important thing.
Get the evolution there for Dardoch, or at least trying to get a little bit more presence for this Bel'Veth as well. Maybe almost on 3 items, but these are the little signifying of the things that can go right for Lotus. And that decision making, honestly, a really good shout out from Porsche after he hit that initial slowdown with the harpoon to just pull the trigger.
I like that confidence. I think Lotus operating on good information as well, knowing that most of Pulse was in towards mid. That's how they have to approach fights. Split up Pulse. If Pulse is deathballing you, you've already lost, right? And so good commitment, good trust from the team to find the angle, but they will need more of those if they're going to win this game. And as we saw, Baron back out on the map. That guy has got hands, and Lotus, they gotta have hands too if they're gonna win this game.
3 items now for Dardoch. Obviously a big portion of that fight Hoarder's going to want back for sure, as I think the Ornn Horn makes a big difference in that one. But it's the execution. It is all about the little minute moments. As speaking of, it's a little minute moment. Halfway down is the Baron. They're just utilizing this power spike right now from Pulse to force the hand of Lotus. Here comes the TP coming in. Lotus feel like this might be the back-breaking moment as they are trying to get Dardoch in the pit. It's going to be the catch out of Ariandel. Now the re-engage from Hoarder. It's in the pit of 50-50. It's going to go the way of Dardoch. Veterancy reigns supreme, and Pulse have just lost their handle on this series.
Oh my goodness! Dardoch comes up heads. He gets the Baron, and Ariandel, when he needs to survive, gets found. It's Mixture with the engage. It's Lotus on the push. And just when it looked like they might be out, now they're right back in it.
They needed a reverse sweep, and here they find themselves on that doorstep. We finally get a series going the distance, and Lotus have completely turned this one around. The swarm has come for you as Violet takes over your screen. It is Lotus who give us a hope to live, who give us a hope for this series as Pulse are coming right back out. Wait a minute, get the reset damage here. Maybe it's just enough. Look at Sushi and Porsche, though. They realize that it's just the Nexus turret they need to take down. Sage Wabe making a defense. The power unleash. No way from their grasp.
They got Sushi.
It is ripped, and Pulse's lifeline is beeping just fine.
Lotus, they wanted to end the game. They wanted to force a game 5. Now they're all dead. And here comes Pulse. They might try to go Nexus to continue their promotion run.
30-second death timer, still not that long, so they might be able to get some lasting damage onto this mid lane, but they will not be able to finish the game. They're going to take down the tier 2 here, try to get this inhib as best as possible, but I will say Pulse's damage is done. They will take some return gold back from that devastating push of Lotus.
Oh my goodness. And Lotus, just like that, they got the Baron, they broke into the base, but the gold lead that they gained largely evaporating because Pulse was able to answer, and we still see why Pulse's composition is such a threat in the team fight. As Lotus, they wanted to end. They've got the Baron, 6 Void Grubs, and the Bel'Veth minions, but I honestly think, why are they kiting down towards the bottom side of this fight? Why do we need to kill Prismal? Why aren't we just hitting that low HP Nexus turret and letting Sushi reset? I mean, this play might haunt Lotus if they lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've realized too late. You immediately see the push over by Lotus to try to get back over there, but they've put their hand too far in the cookie jar, and this team fight comp that's coming alive for Pulse is doing just that. 4.5 items now for Sagewabe. 4 items almost for Ariandel. Their team fight is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Sagewabe is still deathless right now on the Zeri, and all of that started because Ariandel got picked. Ariandel should not present himself as a target like that again, right? And it calls into question, for as much as Lotus got, if they cannot end this game, if they are eliminated in 4 here to end their entire season, they could have won. And that is something that can haunt teams. It's time for them to put up around this Dragon Soul point for both squads. 20 seconds on it. Critical flashes not available on Sushi, as well as Mixture. A lot of those key engage and disengage CDs not there. Will, the only one really lacking his. Xin Zhao doesn't really care as much.
I will say there's a signaling of the times, though. Robbie Bob having his potion, his elixir in tow, realizing this next fight could be the end. We have double TPs available for Lotus, only one for Hoarder. If there's a fight that starts going the way of Lotus, they can immediately pull the trigger to try to end the game.
Now, there are no wards in the base or anything crazy like that. Remember, though, Lotus has been really good about playing on waves around these dragons, and it looks like Pulse is going to give this one up entirely just to try to push out, not take any big risks. They want to stall till their inhibitor gets back up, and perhaps find a pick on a Porsche who does play respectfully. Lotus, I think they're doing a good job, though, not immediately doing this dragon. Instead, in their own right, choosing to push out the waves and make sure that whatever they do next is already there for them.
Yeah, I mean, Pulse fine. Giving over this other dragon, obviously it's not a soul, does make the next one even more important. Giving 3 Cloud Dragons in a row to Lotus, definitely giving them a lot of speed to maneuver, but it is something that Pulse are going okay with that because of their compositional scaling.
Yeah, like, it's fine. That dragon doesn't matter. It's really just soul. You would really like to not give up a Cloud Soul to Lotus's composition. More access to your backline is definitely scary. Quicker rotations when you have an exposed Nexus is definitely scary, but I mean, there's a world where this game doesn't even go another 4.5 minutes, right, Mazel? Like, the next fight almost assuredly ends it. Both bases have been broken into. All the teams need are the kills.
There's going to be the Baron to play around as well, coming up in about 40 seconds. You saw how quickly Pulse were able to burn that last time around. Going to be even easier so this time around as they have gotten a little bit further in their item spikes. We have 4th item now for Dardoch as he redeploys out on the map. Things coming to a head here, Hawk.
Pulse with full control over that river. I like how you mentioned how quickly that Baron went down. Here comes Hoarder, though.
Hoarder trying to go for the engage, misses it completely, gets immediately turned back on, but this is how it started last time for Pulse, and this is where it may be working. Re-engage, beautiful flash, Mixture, maybe makes the difference. The heroic entrance coming in, double bandage shots has been used. Look at Dardoch, though, he's a main damage dealer right now for Lotus. They get the resets, Lotus finding everything they need, as now they've already taken down the primary front line. All that's left is Ariandel and Sagewabe. Beautiful. He's shot of the week. Sagewabe stepping up, taking down Porsche, and they can no longer step forward. Lotus, he's looking for it. Dardoch wants it, cannot get hit back. He wants the damage down. Power unleashed again, and Ariandel goes on a killing spree.
Outplayed in all chat right there. Ariandel doesn't go down. Sage Wabe doesn't go down, and that means Pulse does not go down. This series continues. Oh my goodness. Lotus, their level of execution to trade even in this fight is out of this world. As Hoarder goes for Sushi, good reactions, flash back up for Sushi to survive. And Hoarder, he may be tanky, but Lotus isn't having their critical members get hit. And I think Mixture and Porsche on the side do such a great job, Robbie as well, of just forcing Pulse's battle lines back. The more time Pulse spend backstepping, the less time they spend DPSing, and that means that Lotus is able to burn through their members. Now in the extension, I do think this is where things break down a little bit for Lotus. Sushi starts running away as Porsche runs forward. Maybe a world in which a single Jinx rocket aces Pulse and ends the game. But instead, things continue. Lotus up 2,000 gold. But at this point, it don't mean a damn thing. No flashes available in Summoner's Rift. Pulse moving towards the Baron. One more fight.
The biggest thing is that Hoarder has lost his engage both times. When he gets it, that is the biggest damage dealer setup that you can ask for Pulse. He's been fishing this time around, trying to come up with a big bass, maybe in the form of a Lotus. As we are getting set up around mid lane right now, there's still only the Baron up on the table. A back coming through, that will be Prismal, trying to complete another item, and will do so.
Oh my goodness, and both these teams are just going to wait for the next neutral objective spawn. I think we might see a Baron for Soul Trade. Honestly, I questioned whether or not the game would go another 4.5 minutes. Now I'm starting to wonder if an Elder starts to appear on Summoner's Rift, right? If these teams are not willing to take the fight that potentially ends their season. Here for Lotus, Pulse have generally been the initiators, and as you mentioned, Lennon, it has not exactly worked out. Good ward from Lotus, spots out this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, he's on full items right now.
Prismal is really far.
does
Look
so
at
much
Prismal.
damage here. I don't know if he can get over here. I mean, Lotus,
this is
they're
bad
just
for
going to spring the
Pulse.
trap. This is so bad for Pulse. They're just going to go for the 50-50.
They don't have their support.
No, you cannot do this. This is illegal. As Dardoch takes him down, Sagewabe is gone. And all the hopes of this game 4 just thrown out the window by Pulse themselves.
Pulse, I can't fathom that call. Prismal is bottom. He can never join. And now 2 members gone. Sagewabe, the first death of the game, is the one that bites the hardest.
I was going to say all of it relies on this one guy putting so much weight on the new gun's shoulders. It was too much to handle. Pulse falling apart here as we go into it. And Lotus looking at the barrel of a reverse sweep straight up to Silver Scrapes as we go the distance in this lower bracket matchup.
We said it would haunt them. And now they are unhaunted. Lotus has forced their game 5. Incredibly clutch behavior from everyone on that team. The ability to out-team fight a Zeri Lulu late game is unbelievable. But Pulse, I mean, they absolutely threw it away at the end. You have to feel for them crumpling under the pressure. We've talked a lot about veterancy. And in this game 4, it was Lotus that was more poised in the defining moment.
And that's the biggest thing you have to think of. That veterancy we highlighted so heavily, that momentum shifting after that game number 3, and just being able to play with the draft setup. I mean, we're going to a game 5 in full Fearless that is so difficult to deal with when you're looking at the picks that are going to be available in Mixture, having a massive moment on the Amumu. I mean, maybe it wasn't the glitz and the glam, but multi-man engages and setting the tone for Lotus along the way.
No, this is such a deserved pog. I thought Mixture had an insane game. Genuinely, Lotus loses that one in like 30 minutes if he is not playing the way that he does. Frequently found the game-defining Curse of the Sad Mummies. I think the big one for me was actually not even an ulti play where he found multiple members, but he got onto Ariandel at that Baron. And that was what allowed Lotus to push into the base. And from that point, they were sort of always a part of it. Mixture, I've been saying it through the entire Tier 3 season. I think this is the next support up in the NACL. I think he's that guy, and we saw it this game.
We absolutely did. And Lotus, thankfully so, will see themselves to a 5th game. What a way to bring us in to a potential lower bracket setup here with all 5 games and with a date of AoE on the other side of this best of 5 for a promotion spot. This has got to be all it takes for both teams. Everything on the line for both of them. We're going to send it off to Silver Scrapes and get ready for game number 5. Welcome back, one and all. The sweet, sweet sound of Silver Scrapes crests us into game number 5 here in the NACL 2025 Spring Promotion Tournament presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Hawk, and of course we go the distance between these two teams. Momentum ever shifting in the favor of Lotus as we get to the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost as well.
Yeah, Mazel, this might be the craziest one we've seen yet. 4 very competitive games so far. This one was out of control. As Pulse, it looked like, with that little red trough you see there at the bottom, that they had won this game. Big team fight composition. But somehow, Lotus has brought us to a game 5. Somehow, Lotus is on the verge of a reverse sweep. Momentum most certainly in their favor. We've also already brought up that we favor them the later Fearless goes. It's now going to be up to Pulse to try to bring things back, and it's going to be tough.
That's the biggest thing we have to highlight is we set it up from the beginning. Lotus just have a bigger champ pools, bigger execution thresholds for a lot of them, and obviously relying on a lot of the veterancy with the top trio that they do bring to the table. And now going into a game 5 where we have all the bans of the previous 4 games, 40 champions, no bans available to either side going into this one. You have to think of the power picks that have been kicked down the road, as you said, all the way in game number 1 when we look at the power pick still on the table.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I actually think red side is going to be a huge advantage in this game, which I would presume Pulse is going to select again after selecting it in game 4. Reason being, Ivern has been the big problem champion that we've not wanted to see go over towards Dardoch, right? He is going to be able to get it here in this game, or the Dr. Mundo, should he want to. But then Pulse
There's too many choices now, Hawk. I don't know.
It's true. He can only play one. But the problem, though, is then Pulse, they can get the Varus that's been banned all series, and they can get Ariandel Aurelian Soul. So even with all the momentum pushing against them, I think a huge question on everyone's minds is going to be, what does Robbie have to play into it? He has gotten the better of Ariandel in 4 consecutive games, but this is Ariandel's signature pick.
We've gotten almost all of the engaged supports taken off the table. We've had a ton of side lane pressuring top lanes taken off the table. A majority of the big primary mid lane picks also going to be gone. But this is where, in a setup where you have a lot of comfort champions that can be pulled upon for both teams, that's where we need to see some of the spice maybe given over to some of these picks. And I think that's where we can highlight and spend a little bit of time talking about the heroes of this series, because I think it's shifted a little bit, and especially because Lotus is on the edge of a reverse sweep here for themselves. But as we looked to it, I mean, there was so many outperformances coming from both young gun bot laners here, and now maybe needing to rely on them more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, I know a huge focus for the entire tier 3 split that we had, and now coming into the promotion tournament, has been this rise of Sushi, right? Like, he has been this very highly touted mechanical AD carry, 17 years old, from French Canada, and he has been having a great split the entire time. Very raw, but very, very talented, right? And I think, not unsurprisingly, he has been playing unsurprisingly, he's been playing extremely well, right? But Sage Wabe, the story of the promotion tournament, both these players really making names for themselves. You've also got supports, the experienced Prismal against Mixture. Mixture just earning that player of the game. I think the biggest thing for me is that for Lotus, it feels like their wins have very much been a team effort, whereas I think Pulse has been relying a little bit more on the individual. I look at Sagewabe, I look at Hoarder and the performances that they have put up throughout the series. I wonder if that is something that favors Lotus heading in towards this 5th game, or if it is going to be those individual X factors for Pulse that are going to put them over the top.
And I think a serious factor needs to be the re-upping of confidence and kind of priority to Will. I mean, we talked about it so much throughout the series. He has taken a little bit of a back seat here in the last couple games, and that has led to him not having as much strength, not as much say in the momentum of the games themselves. So maybe adapting focus into that way as we are going to get into our final picks and bans for one of these teams here in this tournament. One of these teams has to take a step down and end their 2024 campaign, and the other goes on to face AoE for that last ticket into NACL 2025. Pulse on the blue side. We will not have any bans here, so we'll be speeding right through it, but let's take a look at what we want to see first picked by Pulse here, Hawk.
Very interesting to me that Pulse opts to go towards the blue side when I feel like counter picks are so valuable, and especially, again, that red 1-2. But regardless, Varus should be the B1, always. I don't expect Robbie to steal away Ariandel's A-Soul. In fact, I expect Robbie to go more towards something like a Yone or a Lucian. I've been talking about these picks all series to try to outplay Ariandel in the matchup. Big picks for Will. Nidalee has been banned out throughout game 3 and 4 of this series. That could be another one on that he wants to look at, as well as Lilia has been completely absent from pick and ban throughout this entire series, but is playable for both Dardoch and him. I think the biggest thing for me, if we are looking at Ivern here for Dardoch on the 1-2, where do we go with our mid and our ADC? Something like a Lucian Aphelios, right? That's kind of where my mind goes. What would make the most sense?
And also, you think now there's been a lot of pieces not available to really supplement that Ivern pick, or at least be helped out by that Ivern pick. So losing a little bit of that, but still maybe even willing to go with that here.
It works with any hyper carry,
It works, honestly, at this point. It's going to work. And also, you're relying on Dardoch to have a big say on that one. And you mentioned his record earlier on that. We did get the Varus first pick, though, for Pulse.
Wait, Kai'Sa's still up. Oh, my goodness. Wait, Kai'Sa's really good here for Sushi, especially into the Varus. I think that's maybe the direction he should go. And we get the Yone. So this is also preempting Ariandel A-Soul, because that's the expectation pick here for the Pulse mid laner. We have seen him play this matchup throughout the split and win. But again, Robbie has been the top performing mid laner throughout the series.
Also, another pick that has just seemingly somehow gotten through all the way to Game 5 is the Renekton. Maybe one of these teams willing to go with that one, but there comes the big dragon on the block and a big pickup for Pulse.
Hovering the Lucian. I feel like they're just all teasing each other's picks. Okay, the Renekton does get picked. This makes a lot of sense. I don't know where Porsche goes from here. I don't really know what he has into this, but he should pick right now. Or I guess, well, they're going to pick 2 champions in a row. So I'm expecting Sushi's champion to come out and Porsche's, with Mixture getting the R5. I'm just going to wait and see, because I really don't know.
Could be a lot of options forward, a lot of big power picks still left on the table. It will end up being the Scion here, though, so we'll actually have a little bit of that tanky matchup in the top side.
Yeah, not an inspiring pick, but it's fine. It provides a true tank. That's something that the Ivern's not able to do. Also opens up Mixture to maybe play something different as well, right? Like, you don't have to play an engaged support, although Ivern does like it, because you're able to find that consistent lockdown. You got the dive squad with the Yone. No, because Lotus's comp doesn't have problems with backline access. Blitzcrank helps teams overcome access issues. Don't like the Blitz. I'm kind of wondering if you're playing like Xerath this game.
You really want to see the Xerath.
Dude, it was so good when he played it in that one game. It was disgusting.
Hey, that's what Fearless is about. Maybe we do get it come out. But take a look at what we need, at least on both sides here. You still need a little bit more setup potential.
Oh, I don't like it. 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 I don't like it at all, because Lotus is not playing a one-shot comp, and they don't have backline access issues. These are the things that Blitzcrank generally likes. Lotus doesn't have it. I don't like the pick, but it is comfort.
Yeah, and if you catch out one of these squishy members, unfortunately, they don't have a lot of mobility. So they'll be able to be taken down pretty quickly
AoE
if they can
has
turn that
that,
one down
so.
here. Yeah, true. I'm sorry. Pulse, though, they do go with a tried and true skirmisher, but also giving a ton of the shot calling pressure over to Will with the Sejuani.
All right, Sushi, what you got on 5? They are preserving their R5 here for their AD carry, and this is going to tell us so much. I also wonder what Prismal's going to go for. Like, does he go for, like, his comfort way? We've seen that. Tarek is really good here. Oh,
Let's
that's a great pick. That's a great pick.
All right, gonna get a little bit of cosmic radiance raining down.
Oh,
and the
okay,
fade locked
okay.
in for Lotus. All right, let's go, baby.
So for those that do not know, back in 2024 spring, the second tournament of the year that we had in Tier 3, right? There was this young AD carry playing for a team called BlackRock named Sushi that no one had really heard of, but had looked good in some tryouts, maybe a little bit of hype around him. And in the Swiss stage to qualify for top 16, Sushi, the 17-year-old from French Canada, played Vayne and dropped 16 kills on this champion. Now, game 5, season on the line. He is going towards it. He has to be the hero. He has to be the carry. He's got the Ivern to help him do it. But Mazel, I will be honest with you. I think their composition is worse. So it has to be heroics here. It has to be heroics from Sushi, because what Pulse has is an incredibly difficult composition to break. Blitzcrank does not provide the same zone control that something like the Amumu of games past would have. And you've got a lot of meatballs on the other side and an Aurelion Soul that is going to scale ad infinitum for Ariandel.
Game number 5, season on the line. One team will step forward in this lower bracket. One team will fall. As we already get the flashes coming through, Ariandel gonna miss that one here, but we get into it. Make sure you spam it in chat. Who you got? Either Pulse or Lotus.
I already like it, though. Make sure he knows that chaos must be created in this game. Pulse wants to play a standard game. They want to just get normal 5v5s, but we just saw them fail to do that in the previous game. Pulse, though, maybe going to look for a bit of a level 1. I wonder, are they trying to look for the jungle camps, or do they want to get Lotus walking to lane?
I think they want to get Lotus walking to lane. Sushi
This is so smart.
is on the left side. Mixture going to step
get
up,
him.
and here it goes. The level 1. It's going to be turned right back on Lotus, and Mixture will fall. Prismo gets the kill.
Would have liked to have given it to Sagewabe, but still, minimal investment, only in the Ignite, and now they're going to be able to deny jungle camps. Oftentimes it's the Ivern that wants to make the proactive plays. Now it's Pulse that can deny. That was incredibly intelligent stuff. Put Pulse in the lead early on.
Anything you can do, I can do better, is exactly what Pulse just said. They got the level 1 aggression from Lotus. They gave it right back to them. Ivern, they need to find a way to try to supplant himself into this vertical jungling, because any kind of aggression towards Ivern can really upset the nature of his pathing.
And Ivern is really good at counter jungling individual camps because of the smite interaction, right? But he hates vertical clears because you have to tap the camps and then go back. And a lot of times when you're working on vertical jungle timers, you only have, you know, this certain time frame to where you can actually safely farm the enemy jungle. So you see Dardoch, he takes enemy blue, and now what? Waits for his next smite charge and maybe gets a Gromp. He's certainly not getting wolves. So it's just going to be Will trading up a camp. Robbie, at the very least, can spot him out. But this feels so good for Pulse in the early game. And I think immediately my question as Lotus is, how can we punish Ariandel's flash being down? Because that is the one advantage we were able to get through all of this. So where can we hash that out?
Any kind of pressure there is going to be really nice to deal with. At least to work with, or Lotus. It is going to be Will going back to his side and trying to clear that end of his jungle. Will be Dardoch actually moving back in for the invade. Now he will have his flash, I guess, still available, but his smite more importantly, as he's going to go for the Gromp, try to get as much as possible, as Will still having a little bit of the advantage right now.
Yeah, again, it's just so much less efficient for Ivern to play the vertical clear. Will always be able to get those wolves, so this feels great. For Pulse early on. We expect that Hoarder will have the pressure. I think to call back to the previous game. Looked a little uncomfortable on the tank, but has been very good on the carry top laners throughout the series. And once again, on the Renekton, I think he's in a prime position to try to take things over. Wave, though, pushing away from Mixture and Sushi. Will has snuck in. Dardoch is on the way, but he's far.
It's pretty far. Maybe a little bit of influence from Pulse on bot side could pay dividends. They were just trying to punish the Vayne as much as possible. Hoarder going to try to take an all-in over onto Porsche, who's in a little bit of trouble now. Hoarder has the better of him right now. Going to be waiting for the combos to come right back up. And here comes the knockup. Porsche not going to land it, but does get a little bit of damage back on a Hoarder. We'll have to TP back to lane, though.
Nice trading from Hoarder. He's played a lot of these lane trades very well throughout the series. Porsche, again, has the teleport to come back, but that's not a great TP because he's going to have to TP back to fix this wave pushing away from him. What Hoarder can do now is he can take another very aggro trade, chunk out Porsche, and then just base and TP all on his own to catch the wave as it's crashing.
See if he takes advantage of that. Do want to check in on the junglers, though, as we do have Dardoch remaining a little bit of consistency for himself. It is going to be Will going back down towards bot side. As Dragon will be coming up. Maybe Pulse trying to put a little bit more of a onus on that. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage, man. Porsche is a lot of health left. Obviously, you talked about that TP play Hoarder can pull off.
Okay, Hoarder's going to be fine. The biggest caveat to the take a heavy trade and then TP back play is don't die. That's where it gets a little questionable if you give one over, but Hoarder is going to be just fine. Collect the wave under his tower, and the game going to continue to be slow, but it is Pulse that have been eking out these incremental advantages. I also want to point out, Lennon, we asked the question, how would Lotus potentially be able to punish Ariandel's flash being down to get something back? Well, they haven't. His flash is back up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the upsetting of the early pathing or Dardoch on the Ivern, he's just not able to get as proactive as maybe he would want to get this mid lane matchup. But now is where he'll start feeling a little bit more confident and comfortable, as Robbie Bob has level 6 advantage on Ariandel. He's not going to pop that Fate Seal just yet, but Grubs are coming up. Dragon number 1 is still on the table, as now Mixture is looking mid lane.
They want to blow that flash again. Here they go.
Oh, there goes.
Mixture is so unhinged, man. Like, he's just like, if my flash, or Ariandel is not allowed to have flash. My flash is worth your flash. That's it.
Might as well, though, honestly, with how important this Aurelion Soul is going to be in this series, but specifically this game.
No, I like it. It's super unhinged. It's absolutely evil, diabolical, perhaps. And now with their jungler on the bottom side, they maybe could look to get aggressive onto Sagewabe and Prismal. I swear, every time we have looked bottom lane, the wave is just slow pushing away from Pulse. Lotus, rather.
This is pretty good as they actually find Prismal here. The Root Caller is not going to connect, though, so they don't really have any follow-through.
Good flash from Prismal. Dodges the Root Caller, also redirects the Condemn to make sure he does not go into the wall. He's going to be fine. Void Grub's getting traded. Dardoch's still level 5. Ivern really wants to be level 6 before doing a neutral objective, so that does mean Will is going to be one step ahead in the neutral objective trade. I will say, though, if we're being superstitious again, Dragon stacking has been better throughout the series. Will is the wrong neutral.
He's going to be trying to get some of that going early for him. Now we're looking at mid lane, potentially with both jungles hovering over. As we still aren't level 6 there just yet. We're going to want to be proactive there. But yeah, we might be looking at separate side of the map here as Will.
Porsche is so
looking
cooked.
at top.
He's so cooked. He's half HP, no mana. He wants to clear the wave out as much as he can. But he's probably dead.
Yeah, Will takes the preemptively. Hoarder going to pop the Dominus. Porsche getting locked down.
Wait a minute.
Hoarder going down. Hoarder going down. Oh, that's a 1-for-1 in top side. Will does get away with it, but here comes Dardoch. Will's overextended. Will dodge out, but man, that zombie does damage. And Dardoch, with a couple more autos, will be able to take down Will. Throws up the emote as well as Piggy is down.
Okay, Porsche, game 5, season on the line, outplaying the dive. That's a big-time 1v2 to come out. Porsche really struggled for the first 2.5 games of this series, but ever since the team fights on the Gragas pick, he has really been stellar. That is a massive, massive outplay, not letting Hoarder run away with things in the side lane, trading up in kills. Obviously, Sion has the benefit of collecting most of the wave as well. Great stuff from the top laner of Lotus to keep this game close.
We're looking at mid lane now as Robbie Bob Take a little bit of Prismal's ire here, but it really is Pulse just trying to get control of this mid lane to potentially move over to this bot side. Nobody has taken Dragon just yet, as we are going to see a redeploy from Dardoch out on the bot side as well, trying to clean up some of these camps for himself and keep ahead of Will.
Lotus really wants to get this Dragon. Dardoch, now that he has the level 6, actually has the ability to do it, but the problem is he's pushing bottom right now for Pulsar. Sushi is coming off a better base, so if they're able to get the Vayne into this fight, Sushi would like to go. He's got both summoners, level 6. Vayne loves this kind of engagement, but the waves are not exactly in position. Lotus to take it at the moment.
Can't really find an entrance, so they will cede the first Dragon over to Pulse. And that's going to be a Hextech Dragon to start it off. Really nice as a solo Dragon. Just make sure, looking at mid lane. Going to Hex Flash over Ariandel. He does not have Flash. He has no exit. And your fate might just have been sealed as the Dragon is still alive. He's still kicking.
Guys.
He's still breathing. And the light overflows for Pulse. Now the lockdown has been initiated on the Robbie Bob. He's down 2. And what a turnaround from Pulsar.
That is the kind of play that can make or break series. Ariandel lives on 1 HP. Not only does he not die, he gets a kill for himself. Will picks one up on the back end as well. We can get another look at this play. I love this from Mixture. This is why he kept trading flashes. Chain CC is easy onto that Space Dragon, but Robbie ran out of time on the Soul Unbound. Will connects with the Glacial Fissure. Lotus just barely didn't have the damage, and that is costly.
Prismal with the last second shield there as well, and no more auto attacks coming through from Dardoch. What a turnaround, and 1,000 gold up in an early game. This composition feels so strong if they are ahead. They need to be a little bit careful though, that now Ariandel is about to have Flash. I'm sure Mixture wants to get that burn.
And you can see why this Taric pick gets so much value here for Pulsar. We didn't really talk about it in the draft. You know, I mentioned I like the pick, but the reason being, almost all of Lotus's DPS is coming from one source, which is Vayne. Everybody else does good damage, but not amazing. And so if Vayne's not in the fight, Taric is able to keep people alive. We saw it on display right there from Prismal. Didn't even have to use the Cosmic Radiance. It was just the additional tank stats that were able to get it done. As Sagewabe, by the way, is actually the richest member in the game with the turret plays he's been able to mine off the bottom.
Well, in a little bit of trouble in mid lane. We do have the Breath of Light from Ariandel to dissuade Robbie Bob and Dardoch from stepping forward. Daisy has been popped here. You have to, okay, Glacial Prison going in. Root Caller going to be connected and followed through. As now the combo from Ariandel actually doing serious work on a Robbie Bob. Daisy's been stacking up, but not able to get the final punch there. We are getting a collapse of Prismal. Way out of positioning here. All by himself is being joined by Sagewabe, but now he's all by himself, and now the lockdown comes through. Dardoch claims that kill too. And Lotus taking advantage of the slip-up of Pulse.
Oh, and Hoarder? Okay, he's going to be fine. Doesn't have the dominance, or in fact was forced to blow it. Now pings onto the Void Grub. Second spawn has come up. That's a big kill. Goes over to Dardoch, going to continue to facilitate Sushi in this game. Again, he is going to be the main carry, but good lord, he's down 30 CS, almost 40 to Sagewabe right now. The AC difference is pretty big. I think at the very least for Lotus, despite Ariandel picking up that kill earlier in mid, Robbie is doing very well in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think having that CS differential is going to offset that a decent amount. Robbie Bob having any kind of power on this Yone, very strong into the backliners of Pulse. Now Pulse, though, they're going to fall for maybe the superstitious curse here as they're going for all these grubs.
Good flank.
Oh my goodness. It's going to be Lotus trying to go for the engage. Cosmic Radiance comes down, maybe separating the fight. Robbie Bob goes right back in on a Hoarder. Hoarder going to flash over the wall. Here comes the Breath of Light, but Ariandel cannot follow through with the damage, and Prismal is down now. Flash forward from Sagewabe as he is trying to get as much damage down as possible. They have a lot of poke. Ariandel slowing them down as well, and it's coming up clutch. Will tries to flash for the play, and now that Piggy's got teeth. He wants to get the kill to Robbie Bob. He wants to chase it under turret. The flail can't hit. They finally get it. Ariandel claims one, but is out of mana. Now Will overextending here, but Sagewabe still has plenty of fight left to give. Chains of Corruption came up at perfect timing, and Will claims the kill.
Pulse, they went out in the kills. They're going to be able to get all the grubs as well. 6 over to them as Lotus, they were the ones to get the first kill in the fight. But once Sagewabe arrived in the 5 versus 4, Lotus didn't have enough gas in the tank. I really do want to praise Robbie Bob for how he approached the beginning of this fight. This Fate Sealed is beautiful. And then look at this, all kiting out of the Cosmic Radiance. Robbie flashes away, dashes out, back in, allows the front line to consolidate. And from here, it looks like Lotus can win. But the problem is, Ariandel is CCing up everybody, burning them down. And, I mean, just once Varus arrives, you can no longer win. Sushi is bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's just impossible without a big damage dealer for you. I mean, you have an Ivern comp, you're relying on 2 damage dealers to really buff that up, and you see the difference maker when all the damage is aligning for the side of Pulse. And just the follow through, I mean, Ariandel's item timing there, absolutely massive with the Rally's first start.
And that's a cheap item as well. You know, Ariandel, now 2-0-2, now starting to look strong, but down so much in farm, he's actually still pretty far behind in the gold graph. He would not have had that item if he was playing a different champion. So, I mean, it's, again, that game of inches that is putting Polestar on top, plus 1.4 thousand. Remember, they have the very strong 5v5 composition. Sky's Descent available on their mid lane carry. They just need to avoid the same pitfalls that they found last game. They need to find a way to shut down Sushi, and this game is winning for them.
Mixture can make the difference at any moment on this Blitzcrank if he catches out the right individuals. And Lotus going to be relying on that pretty heavily. I mean, as soon as they find a target, they kill target. As now Robbie Bob setting his target on a big dragon, Ariandel is going to have a decent chunk of his health taken away.
Speaking of dragons as well, Lotus was at the very least able to take their first neutral objective of the game. It was Pulse that traded up 3 for 1 though in the early game, or even 4 for 1. I believe they took the Rift Herald as well, so that's been another thing gone the way of Pulse. Regardless, Lotus really does fancy themselves a shot at this bottom lane tier 1, but hey, without that pot of Void Grubs, a lot harder.
Robbie Bob just chunking Prismal there, looking for a kill onto him, just looking for side lane presence. As Lotus are hovering around mid lane, let's talk a little bit more about Pulse's entrances into these fights. I mean, they have a lot of go buttons there, but I think the reactive pressure from the Cosmic Radiance is the most important part for them.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just live longer than Lotus. That is really all these fights are going to be. Again, if Vayne is DPSing, individual members will get burned down. Cosmic Radiance is really your only bailout there. But nobody else on Lotus carries that same threat, right? And so all Pulse has to do is stop Sushi from hitting and live longer. Very tanky compositions on both sides, but I think the difference maker does come in that support position.
And what a setup. Sagewabe with the first item.
Hubris.
Oh my goodness, the hubris reigns supreme.
Now,
and now try to use
disagree.
his first item spike around this.
Oh, okay, they're going to find Mixture. Oh. Or
A
not.
little bit late on the trigger pull there.
You get the tier 1 though. Pulse, they're just trying to flex their muscles, take control of the area. No objectives to fight for the next few minutes as well, meaning, hey, you throw it out, you come up empty, doesn't really matter too much. Pulse just continuing to progress the game in their favor. That was actually first tower at nearly 17 minutes in. Very late as the game, continuing to progress at a slow pace. I will say though, I was going to mention, I disagree with the hubris here. I think Sagewabe does want to go for that DPS on hit Varus build. Again, if the game is all about whose frontline lives longer, well, Lotus's frontline is going to live longer with a lethality Varus.
And you just look at the sustained damage that Lotus is bringing to the table on the double blade of the Rune Kings completed. Yeah, so Ariandel is going to come to mid lane, try to clear this one out. There goes the attempt by Mixture. Get somebody caught out there. Pulse feel pretty ready to pull off a team fight right now as they do have that locked in Sky's Descent.
Yeah, and they've got so much control over the side of the map as well. Void grubs the Herald. I like what they're doing. They're not overextending for any sort of crazy fights. They know that if they keep playing on waves like this and forcing Lotus to respond, they're slowly winning the game. Slowly getting damage on these towers. Again, it's all about advancing the game state forward in their favor.
Ariandel going to go try to take as much of this side lane turret as possible. There's a collapse coming, though. Dardoch and Robbie Bob are centered around this side of the map. Try to catch him out as best as possible because Robbie Bob will have a ton of damage packed into a little bit of a package as soon as he can pull off one of those big Fate Sealed combos we've seen him already do.
We'll see if Robbie's little package can be enough to win them this game, but I just love the way Pulse right now is pulling Lotus around. They're just shadowing Ariandel. Again, continuing to chip away at the turrets. Here they go.
Oh, instant reactive flash there as the skies do descend. They're going to try to turn this one around. The Chains of Corruption coming up. Clutch Mixture's already gone. Nice double knock up there. Lotus trying to save something out of nothing. But look at this damage. A double kill's already there for Sagewabe. A little bit of a turn back. Ariandel is a big old dragon, though, as Hoarder comes up clutch with another kill. It's just Porsche and Sushi as it gets locked down. Porsche is being burned alive. Ariandel goes on a killing spree, but here comes Lotus's rebuttal here. Sushi trying to save the turret. The turret falls, and Pulse come away with a 3,000 gold lead.
And Pulse is just too tanky. Ariandel is just too strong as it's Lotus that sets up for this play. But we had just said it. All of Pulse is shadowing. They want him to go for this. And Robbie Bob, he's used everything in his kit to get nothing onto Ariandel. Mixture's gone on this Blitzcrank. He doesn't create the space that his team needs. And from here, Pulse can deathball. Sushi, he is free hitting in this fight, but he's just not strong enough to get through everybody. Not when 3 members of his team are already gone. It ends up being a 4 for 2. It ends up being a tower going the way of Pulse. They're second of the game. And right now, Pulsar, they are in a winning position in this game 5.
It's just so hard to approach these fights without the range. I mean, you look at Lotus's composition, they are so short-ranged, and Pulse going to try to utilize that to their advantage. The catch-out potential of Sagewabe is big. Now Lotus trying to look around in mid lane. They will end up getting those Chains of Corruptions out from Sagewabe and take Prio in mid.
I mean, Mixture needs to have the most Blitzcrank game of all Blitzcrank games, I think, if Lotus is going to win. Because we saw in that previous fight the difference between the 2 support picks. How much value Tarek was able to provide with the CC and the tankiness, as opposed to this Blitz that did nothing and died, right? It's all about that one critical moment here for Mixture. And we know he can do it, but he has to.
Oh, Horse getting burned under turret. Still pretty tanky, though. Here comes Mixture. Gets Prismal back under turret, and immediately Prismal is gone.
All right, nicely done. Mixture, that's 1. Able to get that hook. Robbie all the while pushing in bottom. Bit of an overextension from Pulse. They really wanted to continue progressing this game, but this is something we've seen from Pulse a little bit. Sometimes just sacking a side wave for 1 wave too long, or staying on a side wave for 1 wave too long and getting caught out. This time, it is the former play, and so it's a kill and an unanswered tower here for Lotus, keeping things competitive with the dragon on the map.
They are going to try to at least get their second for them. No vision, as highlighted by our observers, or Pulse around this area. They'll be able to burn this down pretty quickly. And we got to say, real thing, that Dardoch started to get some items here. Ivern is a greedy person when it comes to items. And once he starts getting those, it becomes very hard to win sustained fights against him.
Yeah, Dardoch, I mean, his items are just so cheap. Also, Sushi, he's right up there amongst everybody else as one of the strongest members in the game in terms of gold. And I will say, like, we just kind of saw, I think, some of the problems that Pulse still has as a team with their macro. They gave up a kill, a tower, and a dragon for absolutely nothing, right? And yes, it's not game losing, but you try to avoid getting into those situations. Now they're going to set up for the Baron, a demon that has honestly haunted them in this series and series past. So we'll see if Lotus can maybe leverage that to continue getting themselves back in. Pulse, they're still ahead, right? But the game is far from won.
And maybe relying on some of those clutch decisions that we've seen Lotus do in the right moments in the last couple games. All that momentum, the reverse sweep right on the edge of their grasp. And they found themselves so far down in that deep, dark hole. It felt like after those first 2 games, it just didn't look like the Lotus we expected coming into this series. And the rise has been one of redemption.
Yeah, Lotus, it felt like they were becoming the Joker after those first 2 games. Did they look like a guy with a plan? No. But now they do, kind of. And they've been able to come right back into it. I really do have to applaud this team for their fortitude throughout this series, even pushing it to 5 games, because, I mean, those first 2 were competitive for sure, but Pulse did look pretty definitively like the better team. And then specifically in Game 4, I feel like Pulse was in a position where they should have won. And the fact that Lotus was able to outplay them definitely does speak to the individual potential of all these players, their hunger to make it to the NACL. Pulse, though, from this position, they have exactly the same. They want to get there.
Okay, a little bit of engage, a little bit of spies, and the skies descend as Lotus have lost everything. They're under tower, but there's no saving grace for them as more kills come across. Polestar have come alive. They're going right back for the Baron.
It's a 4-for-0 Mazel as Polestar pulled the trigger. Ariandel on his signature Aurelion Soul 6-0-6. The Baron now in their sights. The gold lead ballooning to 6,000. 24.5 minutes in the game. Pulse wants promotion.
Lotus leaving up the dragon, kicking the can down the road, as you said, and now coming back to bite them in the butt.
I mean, the engage is just beautiful. Double stun from Prismal, followed up by the Skies Ascend. Hoarder's able to get in onto Sushi, and again, I have to praise this Tarek pick from Prismal. Game 5, the Fearless format, showing that the pocket picks can be the difference. It is the Tarek that enables that dive with the Cosmic Radiance. Pulse can go forward with impunity, and we have simply not seen the same impact coming from the champions on the other side for Lotus, and now they find themselves in maybe the biggest gold deficit that we have seen in any mid-game this entire series.
And it is Ariandel who has had the answer, it feels like, in these team fights to Robbie Bob through this series. A guy who has struggled to make his name a spotlight here in Tier 3 is doing it up against what is, I feel like, the standard in Robbie Bob on his signature in the moments that matter most. The timings, the damage, the confidence you see from this guy. Man, it just feels like Polestar are using their confidence to press Lotus to the edge.
And I mean, Ariandel, you know, he's gotten resources this game, but he's used them. That's a hook, but it's only a sedge.
I don't know if that's who you want. Ariandel coming in through again. So much
They got
CC.
Sushi!
No! They got him! He's gone godlike! Ariandel reigning in the end of Lotus!
Oh my goodness, Lennon, we might be seeing it. The Pulse Ascension, they want AoE as they're pushing forward with Baron. Another kill under Robbie Bob.
With their lives on the line, Lotus are looking like they are going to be denied that reverse sweep. And the Pulse Stars descend. It's Lotus who stand in the awe of their destructive might. An extinction level event has unfolded, and Polestar will continue their promotion journey with their eyes on AoE.
What a series from Pulse. 2 wins to start it off. They get pushed to the brink. They look like they might be folding. They're running out of gas in the tank, but in Game 5, it is the most one-sided game of the entire series, headlined by Ariandel on the Aurelion Soul. His signature pick pulled out in Game 5. We can see the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost. The damage was dealt by the mid laner of Pulse, and now tomorrow he has an opportunity for the first time in his storied career to promote to Tier 2.
What a moment of step up and the grit. I know you highlighted that for Lotus, but Pulse, they were on the edge of a reverse sweep. That is the worst feeling in this game, and they staved themselves from that on signature picks in a game 5 of full fearless, and that is what this is all about. Utilizing all those stories, all the emotion to just drive forward here in this lower bracket.
Defeating Dardox Ivern for the first time as well. The stories all surrounding Pulse. They were discounted. They were discarded. No one thought they would do what they are doing, but keeping up to the tradition of 4th seeds in the promotion tournament. Polestar is 1 series away now from the NACL. They have absolutely earned their keep.
It got scary in some of those moments, but being able to pull it through is all that really matters in this one. And commiserations to Lotus. Obviously, a lot of veterancy, a lot of known names on that team, but even looking at that bottom lane and trying to figure out what was going to work, relying on some of that confidence, some of those comfort picks there for them, you have to say at least they gave us a series to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely they did. Lotus, they made things entertaining. They made a great push. You know, a lot of veterans, but also a lot of young players on that squad that are definitely going to come back in 2025 looking to grow. I have no doubt, but it's the young guns on Pulse that were really the ones that stepped up. Also, some of the old guns as well. we talked about almost like individual versus team efforts. I can say definitively that game 5 was a team effort from Pulse.
Absolutely. Incredible stuff. Pulse will move on. We are going to step away for a little break. On the other side, we'll have our Rally Cry post-game interview. Don't you dare miss it.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Developmental. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everybody, where I am joined by the victorious jungler of Polestar, Will. Will, I gotta just get it started. That series was a long 5-game banger, but you all were able to get it done in the end. Walk me through what the mindset is like coming into game 5, avoiding getting reverse swept, and managing to pull it out.
I think pretty much everyone on our team was on the edge of mental booming. And after the 4th game, I was trying to just like get my own mental in check. Like, there was like so many things coming at me once mentally, and I just like laid down for like 10 minutes and just try to get myself present for the next game. And I think that helped a lot. And Prismo gave us a good talk going into game 5. And I always, whenever I'm playing best of fives, I always try to not expect best of fives, but be prepared to go the limit. So I think that's what helped us in the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, whatever the situation might have been, you all really looked like you were able to stand tall as a team at the end, which was really impressive to see. Sort of talking about that team experience as well. I know it's been a bit of an up and down split for you all at Pulse. You know, roster changes. I think, you know, disappointing results in the second tournament, but now you all are the final team at the end of the road here for Tier 3. Tell me a little bit about what your experience this split has been like and how things have continued to evolve, learn, and grow for you all.
I think first thing I want to say is I'm like really glad I played with these group of guys. I think everyone on my team has helped me grow. To be honest, I wasn't even like planning to play on, you know, Tier 3 after finishing 10th in spring. You know, I was thinking like, you know, why should I play in the promo tourney? It felt bad, right? It felt bad going into it, but I feel like I've learned the most and gained the most experience than I have in like the past year and a half because of my teammates and just showing up. I'm really grateful to my teammates. Like, they've been teaching me a lot, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and kind of continuing on that, I know that, you know, you weren't sure about playing in Tier 3, but you ended up doing so. Do you feel like you've learned more about yourself as a player playing at this level? Or, you know, how do you feel you've personally grown throughout this split?
No, definitely. It's a huge ego check. Like, wow, damn. Like, no, you know, finish 10th and then no team even wants you. It's like, you know, it makes sense, right? But it was kind of like, it was not my breaking point, but almost my breaking point mentally. It's like, damn, you know, like, no team wants me. You know, I got to play Tier 3, not even in NACL after, like, finishing second or whatever on 100 Thieves. You know, I'm this whole time I'm just trying to stay consistent on my skill level and improving that. I know if I improve that, then good things will come. No matter the result tomorrow, I'm just focused, trying to stay focused on the present, and I think that's definitely been helping us on our team.
Yeah, and you have definitely been able to prove a lot. The last main question I have for you is going up against AoE tomorrow. You know, you said regardless of the result, you're proud of what you've accomplished, but how are you feeling going into the series with promotion on the line?
Oh, we're gonna win for sure. Our team is, I know we're too good as a team. AoE are on the decline. You know, it's the crazy part. I try not to talk crazy or like I don't talk mess, don't talk trash. I don't even like say GG. I don't like talk none of that. But what I will say is, I was annoyed when AoE were like saying they're gonna keep me in off season last year because I was in Korea for 4 months, and then they were just like, "Psych, haha, get gapped," and I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't really have a team." So then I got picked up by Mirage, luckily, but I am glad that I am facing AoE, and I'm very glad I'm facing them. It's gonna be fun. No matter what, win loss, it's gonna be a really fun series. So I'm excited.
I'm definitely expecting a fun series. Well, Will, best of luck. Before I let you go, any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans?
Other than shout out my teammates. Oh, shout out to our CEO. We got a goated CEO. Our CEO pays us on time. I mess with that. Shout out to my brother. You feel me? That's about it. Shout out to Pulse. We got a goated CEO and coach work. So, you know what I'm saying? That's about it.
Yeah, shout out to Pulse. Best of luck once again in the series tomorrow. Will, we are always rooting for you here, all the Tier 3 fans. Fantastic series today. We're going to bring Mazel back in just for a little bit while we get another interview set up with Lotus. But Lennon, I mean...
That's my GOAT right there.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
was about
GOAT.
to say, a lot of good stuff from Will, I feel like, in that interview, kind of talking about the team experience and everything.
Yeah.
And he had a go-to performance today.
I just think the growth of this guy, not only in game, where maybe you can have some question marks given to him, but the growth outside of game, I think has been huge. I think in those first splits, and especially with the 100 Thieves team, you could see he was very hungry, very cocky, and I think getting that chip on his shoulder has paid dividends for him. I think any team would be lucky to have a guy that's as driven as Will, and we see that kind of story reminisced throughout our Tier 3 team, so it's always nice to see stories like this come to a head.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Will, I mentioned too, like, very narrowly being left off of all Tier 3. We had so many good junglers, but I do think Will has shown now by being the last jungler kind of at the end of the road what he's been able to prove, and it's been absolutely amazing. Mazel, I guess I'm already kicking you out again. I got another interview to do, but we'll be back in just a second with the casters. We're going to bring in the coach of Lotus, Firenz. Unfortunately, is a defeat today, my friend, but I mean an incredibly valiant one at that. I do want to leave the floor open to you. Just sort of initial thoughts, reactions, reflections from the series today.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. All right. Yeah, first thoughts. I think going into this series, we had a lot of really great prep. We had a lot of really great hopes and ambitions. We came off a really good high of taking down the goons yesterday, 2 days ago. And everyone was so excited to play Pulse again. We got our revenge after they took us down, in the first summer OQ. We were able to beat them in the second round. So I knew they were going to be coming into this series ready to show us what they had. They just beat Ducky Getters. They've been looking really, really, really good this promotion split. And I think those first two games really didn't go our way. We got everything we wanted in the draft prep. The games were so close. Everyone was just playing so well. And, some of those fights didn't go the way that we wanted to. We were able to claw back the series, and I really have to applaud all the players for keeping such good mental after, especially that game 2. Both game 1 and game 2 were so difficult for us. But everybody really kept in there, kept trying, and even after we lost the second game, everyone's just sitting there talking about, guys, we're going to beat them in these next 2 games. Like, we got to keep game 5 draft in mind. Like, we're going to go all the way. We're going to hit this reverse sweep. Everyone knew it was coming. So, yeah, it was a great series, man. Just so sad.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, a tough way to go, but you all absolutely gave Pulse hell. To make it a 5-game series, we were freaking out on the caster desk. I'm sure you all, you're saying stayed locked in that whole time. I do want to look, holistically at the season, of course. This Lotus roster stayed consistent throughout the entire split. If you're able to speak on, the growth of the team, how things were sort of able to come into their own, and everything you all were able to accomplish throughout the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been working with Lotus now all the way since back in spring, so we've really seen a lot of players come through, and I'm so excited working with everyone that I've worked through all through spring, all through summer. Coming into this summer split, the meta was a lot different. We were crutching, or we were playing a lot of our Nidalee picks. A lot of that stuff ended up getting nerfed. The meta changed a little bit. I think after our loss to Ducky Getters, we really honed in and figured out exactly what we wanted to play towards scaling in Robbie. One of the terms we were throwing around over at Lotus was we got to get back to the Bobby basics. Picking the Azir, picking the Smolder, picking the Yone, all the ranged carries. We really thought we had it figured out there. I thought we were going to take home those first 2 games. We got the Smolder on 1. We were just so elated when that pick came through. So, everyone, again, I said it already, but everyone's been so great to work with. We've gone through so many different picks, so many different iterations. I really felt like we showed a good fighting today. It wasn't enough, but yeah. I'm proud of all the boys. It's been a great run.
Definitely. I've got to say, Bobby Basics is the greatest term ever. I'm so sad I'm hearing this on like the last day of the split, but that's amazing. Firens, the last thing I really want to ask you is, you know, I know a lot of people on this team have been watching the rookies or you know, the younger players, Mixture, Sushi in particular in that bottom lane. How was it specifically getting to work with them and sort of their growth trajectory, how they were able to mesh with this veteran topside?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Mix has been a part of Lotus for, well, all the way since spring, and I think even a little bit before that when we were building that roster. You know, Mix has always been so talented mechanically. You know, he's coming from the mid lane perspective. You know, he's been working so hard doing 2v2s with Sushi this entire split against, I can't even name how many bot lanes they're scrimming against or practicing against. They're really putting in all the work to really understand everything, having the, you know, great leadership from Josh. He's been so supportive, so helpful to both of those players. Watching them develop is just so great. I remember pushing for Sushi to be our AD carry this split. I have absolutely no regrets. He is headed for the moon, dude. We couldn't make it work this run, but that kid's got a bright future. He's so talented. Mix is the exact same way. I mean, everyone on our team is so talented. Like, yeah. I can't understate it. It's so fun working with rookies. There's always pieces of knowledge that you can teach them. They're always so open to, you know, criticism, to critiques, to everything. You know, Sushi's young, man. He's got a bright future. Mix has got a bright future, and so do Robbie, Dardoch, and Porsche. They all can hit the moon, man.
Yeah, bright futures definitely in store. Well, Firens, I know it wasn't a win here today. Before I let you go, any final shout-outs, anything you want to say to the fans before we say goodbye to the 2024
Yeah,
season?
absolutely. I have to shout out everyone on Lotus.org, so I'll try and go from the top. If I miss anybody, I'm really sorry. Skeet's great. Marquez, you're the GOAT. Happy birthday. Ileana's been such a help. Chan, you're the GOAT as well. Don't forget that. And then, of course, all of our players. Reppy, our sub. Rocket, our sub. And then I'll go one at a time. Porsche, you've been the solid rock. You're always performing. You're always such a pleasure to have in call. You know, we can always depend on you to blind, do whatever. You're best top laner. Josh, it's been such a pleasure. You know, you teach me things about jungle all the time. You know, jungle's my background, my solo queue background, my player background, all of it. You're always teaching me something new. I watched you play all those Nidalee games. I queued up 50 of my own. It's fantastic. You've been such a great source of guidance, and you've always kept such a positive, mental, great head in everything. It's been such a pleasure. Robbie has really been the same. He's always so chill. No matter what's going on, he's always going to be, you know, the positive member of the team. He's always there getting his CS, being the carry. He's always someone you can rely on. No problems. And Sushi has shown such tremendous growth from the beginning of the season. Just teaching him, you know, every timer that he needs to be aware of, teaching him so much about other roles as well so that he can be the best AD carry that he possibly can be. He's been nothing but fantastic, willing to play anything, willing to adapt to any meta. And then Mix, I've been working with you now, well, since at least like December, November, and it's the same as Sushi. I remember where you started, how much you came. I remember those games where Nautilus was open, but we couldn't pick Nautilus. We just had that thing. You did your boot camp. You came back. You were the Nautilus god. You can pilot every champion, Alistar, all of them. Dude, you did such a good job with your role swap, your transition, learning all the champions. Like everyone at Lotus has been just absolutely fantastic. Like, I want to shout out all of them, and yeah, if I missed anybody, I'm really sorry. But it's been such a great split. I've had such a great time.
Yeah, a great split, a great year, as you said. Again, thank you so much for taking the time. Unfortunately, the road does end here, but it was an incredible journey for sure. We're going to bring Mazel back in to close out the rest of the show, where we have now one series remaining in the 2025 Spring NACL Promotion Tournament.
It's a lot of excitement, but commiserations there to Lotus, obviously. Definitely heartfelt there, and it feels bad to see stories end, but that is why we are here. That is why we have a promotion tournament. That is what makes these stories so compelling. As you highlighted, we'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket, the journey to this last promotion slot available for 2025 Spring of NACL. One spot, two teams. Area of Effect versus Polestar.
And I mean, looking back at the beginning of the tournament, did anyone expect either of these teams to be here? These are the two that it feels like they have been discarded almost by NACL and Tier 3 fans. No one thought they would get here, and now both of them are here. One of them will have an NACL spot for 2025. An incredible story for both of these squads. The resilience that they have shown throughout their journeys is nothing short of commendable.
And a little bit of pride on the line for Tier 2 versus Tier 3 as well. Not only the last representative Tier 3, but also a potentiality to have a double re-promotion into the NACL by our defending teams.
Yeah, it's never happened. Tier 3 has always promoted at least one team in, typically. Actually, they've always promoted at least two teams in, because when AoE reclaimed their spot in 23 Spring, there was 4. So they've always promoted at least 2, and now there's a chance where it is 0. I know my Tier 3 pride may be resting in the hopes of Polestar a little bit. Lennon, you might be the AoE fan, I don't know. But, I mean,
I don't know, man. The
Polestar, sure.
This Polestar story is just is so compelling. Also, with Will throwing in a little bit of the extra spice in there in the end against AoE. But that is what all this is about, as we talked about. I just got to give huge props to both teams for putting everything on the line today. Obviously, a lot of grit and determination needed by both sides. I love to hear those kind of leadership stories that we hear floating behind the scenes there as well. Really, really nice to see in a developmental league where we want to see the best of our players. We want to put as much of a spotlight on them and their developing talent as possible. Hawk, last thoughts on this promotion tournament as we head into our final remote broadcast tomorrow.
I know, absolutely crazy. Yeah, I mean, this promotion tournament, no, it's not gone as really anyone has expected, but damn, has it been entertaining. We got the 5 games today. It was an absolute pleasure to be a part of it for the last couple of days alongside you, my friend. NACL, always a pleasure to be able to cast it, and I'm very excited to see what Pulse is able to do against AoE tomorrow.
The Energy Bros got to combine once again. That is also my last cast here, as we will be bidding adieu. We'll have our final promotion day tomorrow after the LCS, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you there.